Hey, Mike, can you hear us on WebEx?
Yes, good morning, Tom.
Yep, good morning. Thank you.
Hi, Mike.
Chair.
All day I'm gonna be like, I'm kind of in the woods because Mike looks like he's in the woods.
I can change my room very easily if it's distracting.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm saying I enjoy it.
It just takes a click.
Okay.
All right, let's go, Donald.
All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is July 26th. Let me stop sharing this. All right. So, yep, today's date is July 26th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to Albany and Buffalo. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner Edgar De Leon. Staff in attendance, Associate Counsel Mike Ramorado via WebEx, General Counsel Kearney Sarfo. I'm sorry. Licensing Administrator Amy Mell, and myself, Secretary Roper. This meeting's also being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel. The next regular meeting dates are August 16th, September 6th, and September 20th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. No food or drinks. Please do not touch the microphones when you approach the podium. Items will be called in the order they are assigned in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present with them. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, first 6 weeks of this job has been exhilarating. It is my pleasure to announce some interim appointments at our agency that I want to share with you. Our longtime Director of Legislative Affairs and our PIO has been, his name is Bill Crawley, has been appointed Interim Chief of Staff. Lisa Ogden, who is a 17-year veteran of our counsel's office, has been appointed Interim Deputy Commissioner for Operations. Paul Caramano, who is also a 17-year veteran of our agency, has been appointed Interim Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs. Joseph Vanelli, who is, I think, 24-year veteran of our enforcement department, is now Interim Deputy Commissioner for Enforcement. We have a part-time investigator who has been at our agency for 45 years, Bob Benedetto, has been appointed Interim Director of Licensing Services. Casey Sotosanti, who is a 10-year veteran at the agency, has been appointed Interim Director of Administration. Mike Smith, who has been a Special Assistant for 17 years, it's now going to be Director of Constituent Services. Jill Clark, who's been with our agency since the beginning of this year, it's now the Regional Director for Zone 3. Today, we're also posting a job for Zone 1 Regional Director, and I invite all of you to take a look at that. With all of these elevations, our leadership team collectively have about 152 years of experience at this agency. And so we're here to serve you. We really want to change our tone. And this has been a rough time because we've also have some, difficult separations. And but this should be really smooth sailing from here onwards. And the team is here to serve you. All of you should be getting information about how to contact the new leadership team and all of that. And if you have any questions.
All right.
And now Buffalo.
Yep. So first item is in Buffalo. That is 885 Buffalo Creek Bar and Grill LLC.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Before I begin, congratulations to those people with the new positions and looking forward to working with you as we move forward with this new administration. The purpose for me being here as the consultant for Buffalo Creek Bar and Grill is to politely and humbly ask for an adjournment as the client has retained a new attorney as of yesterday who was unable to appear this morning. My understanding is the attorney has had conversation with counsel's office in Buffalo and just asked me to formally request the adjournment.
That's fine. Is August 16 good or you want September 7?
I can check with counsel, please, and then have them get back to Jamie.
Okay, I would just say it's August 16 unless we hear otherwise.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Nicole, there's nothing else in Buffalo?
That is correct.
All right, if you could please leave it up till 10:30.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, we do have one item in Albany, whose applicant's also here in New York City. That's 879 Albany Basketball and Sports LLC. You can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jim Lenan of Lenan and Associates, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant Albany Basketball and Sports LLC and its representative. The owner of the applicant, Ben Fernandez, is there in New York City live with you. I am here remotely, obviously, and I have with me Michael Kortz, who is in the management team of the company in case there are any questions. If I may, I would first like to congratulate the folks whose names you just mentioned. As Chairperson Fan knows, I've been before this agency for many years, and those are some very familiar names to me, and I applaud their advancement within the organization with the many years of experience they have, and would also like to thank the board for some of the initiatives that have been undertaken relative to some of the issues that were previously troublesome for licensees. So thank you for that. I am here today on behalf of Albany Basketball and Sports on their license application. In 2015, the licensee or the applicant had a license and had a license with no problems for several years, I believe. I was not their counsel at the time. And they had the misfortune of hosting, in addition to basketball and roller derby and other things that they were doing at that time, some music concerts, and one of those music concerts was a hip-hop concert. In 2015, I don't know anyone in the business who was totally aware of what a hip-hop concert could turn into. And unfortunately, this licensee had the unfortunate experience of learning firsthand what happens with insufficient security and a hip-hop crowd. And that was resolved with the licensee entering into a consent agreement with the city to no longer ever have hip hop or similar type of concerts, and to surrender the license and continue as a basketball and other venue that worked on having other folks receive ongoing catering licenses for events that needed catering. The licensee has reapplied now for a full license, actually 2 licenses, because there's 2 bars or counter where alcohol can be served. And since that application has been filed and they've been working for over a year on temporary license, not only have they not had any issues, but they've had some very great successes. First and foremost, I would point out that this venue was the first venue in the state of New York that was chosen, actually, I believe, by the governor's office to host a spectator event at the end of COVID after the venue had been used as a COVID vaccination center. It was open to a public for an event to show that the COVID scourge had come to a complete completion and that things were moving forward. I would also note that the city, the police department, the mayor, and the common council have all supported this application based upon the extraordinary efforts that the licensee, Mr. Ben Fernandez and his team, headed by Mr. Quartz, have had with coordinating with the police department, coordinating with the city, coordinating with the neighborhood association, which coincidentally I used to be on the board of, to ensure that the facility is a good neighbor, a good citizen, and would be a good licensee. I believe the application demonstrates all of those events and incidents that I have spoken about, and I would ask the board if they have any questions of me, the principal, Mr. Fernandez, or the general manager, Mr. Quartz, who is here.
Let me just start by saying that I actually take offense that you are putting all the problems you've had at this location to hip hop. I remind you that you're going to be violating potential customers' civil rights if you put that out as a policy.
With all due respect, Madam Chairman, the City of Albany required that in the consent order that was signed. I was not counsel to that, but I have read the consent order and I have spoken to counsel who did negotiate that, and that was the City of Albany's mandatory language in the consent order, not ours. We're merely trying to abide by what the city asked us to do. But thank you for your comment. I as an attorney, I happen to agree with that.
So what is your security plan?
Well, the facility has licensed security. The terms of that I will defer to get in. I don't want to get into the minutia and misspeak, but I would defer to Mr. Quartz and say that he can explain in detail how the licensed security operates and how it is coordinated with the Albany City Police Department.
Good morning. We have an agreement with Aegis Security that we utilize their licensed guards when we have larger scale events. We also employ during smaller events such as high school wrestling or Albany Patroons basketball games, other licensed security guards that work at other facilities in Albany such as OTB, with other large security companies. The way that we determine the number of guards is based on anticipated attendance, the type of event, the hours of the event, as well as coordination with the Albany Police Department if they or we feel the need to get them involved.
All right. And are you, Mr. Courts, also in charge of the applicant's other facilities?
No, this is the only facility that we have. The
Okay, and
Washington
what other licenses do you have?
None.
No other licenses. Do you operate other businesses?
Yes, much other business, but not entertainment or
business.
or licensing premises.
Okay. And how much time are you going to be spending running the armory?
I'm there, first of all, I live in Albany. Second of all, I'm there almost every week. I do a great deal of traveling because I have businesses in Spain.
In Spain?
Yes,
Okay. But it's mostly Mr. Court who will be running your business?
he runs the business on a day-to-day basis as the chief operating officer.
Okay.
So just two questions, sir. Mike Amarato here. You had mentioned earlier that the prior licenses was surrendered. Is that correct, or were they canceled? Licenses canceled?
I will defer to the record, but it was my understanding, again, I was not counsel, but I believe on the records that are on the internet, I believe it was canceled.
That's
No, it was surrendered. It was surrendered.
Surrendered?
No, they were canceled.
They were canceled.
It was
was
canceled
summarily
according to
suspended.
the records of the State Liquor Authority. The licensee, I am told by former counsel, tried to surrender it and they issued a cancellation.
Okay. My other question is, the prior establishments also had security. And so what's going to be the difference between the security you had formerly as opposed to the security that you're going to be implementing now?
Somebody answer that? Yeah.
In the past, a number of years ago, 8 to 11 years ago, we, as a venue, hired the security directly. We required those security security guards to show us their New York State licensed identification. But after everything went down and through a number of meetings with the Department of State, we learned that this is a problem widespread, a lot of the bars where they hire, and just like we hired security guards, but we didn't do the other few steps as if we were running a security business. So they understood, where we were, and we learned what the process was to constantly communicate with the Department of State, to keep them updated with who the security guards are, and that's the reason why we are not in the security business anymore, and we leave it to the professionals and the security companies that are licensed with the Department of State.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that you said that will be determined on an event by size of the patrons and the crowd? Is that how you make that determination?
Yes, yep, and the type of event as well.
If I may add, we check it with the Albany Police Department for their intelligence of the event and to make sure that they concur in what the security arrangements are.
Can I ask Mr. Quartz, how long have you been in the business?
I've been at the Armory for close to 12, 13 years. I've been in this type of business pretty much my entire professional life.
Okay. And counsel, when was the agreement made with the city of Albany?
In 2015, there's a copy of the agreement in the license application. I don't have it as I'm standing here at the podium, but it was a consent agreement with the city pursuant to some litigation that went on following the the event of 2015, so it may have been 2016 by the time was completed. As I say, I wasn't counsel at the time.
Have there been any applications for hip-hop concerts since the agreement was entered into?
Absolutely not. That was part of our consent agreement with the city, and we have, well, two things. Absolutely not. But more importantly, or for this applicant, I am aware that the applicant personally meets with the Albany Police Department to go over their calendar. They had a meeting as recently as last week.
Yep,
Council,
last week.
my question was a little different. It was a little different. What I wanted to know was, since the agreement has been entered into, has anyone made an application to hold a hip-hop concert at the venue?
Well, they don't have alcohol.
Yeah, we constantly field interested promoters looking to rent the venue for all types of different events: electronic dance music, country, rock, hip hop, and we have not accepted any of those.
Has anybody challenged the policy up in Albany? Has there been any litigation?
No.
No, not to our knowledge, not with this organization.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, I saw your age and I want to tell you, you look great.
Well, I have,
Can we go for a conference, please?
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
Thank you for waiting. It actually surprises me that, 8 years has gone by and you're coming in and there's no real security plan. We're going to outsource it. That's for a 5,000 person venue. That's not sufficient. At the very least, I'm going to require metal detectors at the door. All other venues of the size have a whole system of entry and exit and lines and all of that management. You really need to have a game plan if you're going to become a venue of respect. On the other issue of not allowing hip hop concerts, we're of opinion that if you're not going to allow hip hop concerts, then all concerts should be banned. So you can either accept that as a condition, or you can go back to the city of Albany and have a conversation and try to get that removed from your agreement.
Chairperson Fan, I'm sorry if we gave you the impression that we don't have a plan for security. We have a professional security company that we hired to do the security at the facility. And while we don't have metal detectors, we have hand detectors, and do that to every person that enters the facility at any musical event and also other types of events. We've never had
Do
a
you have
problem
anything in
since.
writing? Because usually when there is a nightclub or something, the security company will show up actually with you, or they will come in at least with something in writing. For these type of events, this is how we guard this place. We put how many bodies in whatever floor.
The same person there.
There's a plan, that we have cameras. I don't have any specifics here, except there's a security company that's been hired now. That's not, to me, not an answer. I don't care who's contracting. I care about what is actually being done, and I haven't been given that information.
You're absolutely right, and we'll have a security plan to you in the next 2 days.
That's fine. So do you want to hold this over? And do you want to, I assume you don't want to take the no concerts at all. So I would suggest you go back to the city of Albany and discuss removing this bar of hip hop concerts.
We will be more than happy to discuss it with the city of Albany. Obviously, we will abide by what the law is, whatever that law is. I mean, Albany required us.
Yeah, but that's not the law. The law is that you have to respect people's civil rights and not be discriminatory.
We agree 100%. We accept that.
So let's hold it over. September 7, I'm going to give you a little bit of time.
Over to 9/7 to submit a detailed security plan from the security company and to further communicate with the city of Albany for them to.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So September 7th. And
September
Commissioner, you're
7th.
okay with that, correct?
Yeah, I just really want to say on the record that that agreement really did strike me or made mention of it. And I'm surprised that it hasn't been litigated as of yet. But the wording, the way it's presented, problematic. I don't know where that sound is coming from. But I concur with the chair holding this over.
Okay.
We thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And Paula, there's no one else there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. You can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we do have a Spanish interpreter here, so I'm going to pull some out early. You want to do it? We'll call her up. But so first is 918. That's California Corp.
Good morning, members of the authority. Aurelia Tavares, representative for California Corp. Pizzeria restaurant located at 4518 104th Street in Corona, New York. I'm here with.
Sorry, Mr. Veras, I'm sorry. Is the interpreter?
Correct.
Yes, if you could put your name on the
Okay.
record.
Oh,
All
excuse
My
me.
name is Maria Cristina Diaz, D-I-A-Z,
right, thank you.
Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. Sorry.
I'm here in Barbie Pink today, representing Victoria Zapata and her dad Rufino. This is a family-run business. The location is sustainable, has unique characteristics, and I believe it's in the public interest and advantage. We're here to present today because this pizzeria has a midnight closing all the way around. There's no disciplinary history for this applicant under a temporary retail permit. They've been operating under a permit for the past 6-7 months. There are no noise complaints. They've been closing at 10, that's their normal hour, but they're asking for midnight closing just in case there's a little birthday party or they have to do any special event. There's no security. It takes less than 74 people. And
Okay, the document you sent us on Friday said 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends, so
That's
it's now
fine.
changed?
no, that's fine. I just wanted to do midnight closing all the way around to make it easy. But if 11,
Okay, try to ask for what you wrote, because that was only a few days ago.
okay.
How often are you gonna have the live band, the mariachi band?
¿Qué tan seguido van a tener la banda de
She speaks
mariachi?
English, dad
No.
doesn't.
¿Qué tan seguido van a tener? We don't have any.
No tenemos.
They don't have any at present, so it would be for
Okay.
special occasions only.
So no DJs,
No.
Okay,
No.
no.
all right. All right, I'm gonna vote to approve, 11:30, Sunday to Thursday.
You got it? You writing it this time?
Oh, wait, she wants midnight. All right, I'm just gonna give you midnight across the board.
So you understand, right?
Last call 30 minutes before closing. Recorded music only. No promoters, no private events.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Concur with the chair.
Okay, you good? Ah, sí. Ya, vale.
Thank you.
Yo hablo fuera,
Have a good
pero-
day. You have a couple more, so if you could stand. Yes,
Sí,
please.
para él.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations.
Pero fuera.
Next is 887 Ponto Euro Caribbean Cuisine Corp. 887.
De aquí al lado de la entrevista.
Ok, María Cristina Díaz, D-I-A-Z. Por favor, preséntese su nombre.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Gregorio González de Ponto Euro Caribbean
Tiene
Cuisine.
que hablar duro.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Gregorio González de Ponto Euro Caribbean Cuisine, 261 Diamond Street.
Good morning, members of the authority. I'm here representing Ponto Euro Caribbean Cuisine Corp. They're asking for a change in method of operation that was approved by the community board, and there's been a little bit of confusion in the beginning. I just, in my memo, I detailed it for proper record-keeping purposes. They were given different hours of operation by the community board, and then the SLA gave them 2 a.m. all the way around. They stuck to the hours the community board gave them because that was the agreement that was made with the community board. We're here today asking for Thursdays through Saturdays, 4 a.m. closing, Sundays through Wednesday, 2 a.m. closing, and that concurs with what the community board has agreed upon with the applicant at the full board meeting.
All right.
I have the community board says from 4 a.m. from Thursday to Saturday only.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
correct. We agree with the hours of the community
All
board.
right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you,
Thursday
members
to
of the.
Saturday, 4 a.m.
Concur with the chair.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
And one more that needs an interpreter. Thank you. All right, so next is 935A MG 54 Bar and Lounge Inc. So we did receive a request from our attorney, Robert Swetnick, to adjourn to August 16th because he has trial, but she insists on proceeding. So did you, could you, so your attorney requested to adjourn to August 16th.
Ok, su abogado pidió que fuera aplazado hasta agosto 16.
Bueno, eso depende de los miembros de la autoridad. Si quieren, yo me puedo contestar las preguntas que ellos tengan. ¿No?
It
Si no, lo
depends
podemos
on
aplazar.
you. She's allowed, she wants to answer. If you want to ask questions to her, she said that she wants to answer in case that you guys are agreed.
Are you okay with your standing steps of recorded music only, no dancing and no sidewalk cafe?
¿Está de acuerdo con que las estaturas que tiene el negocio, no bailar, no café en las aceras?
Estoy de acuerdo.
I'm agreeing.
You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney here,
Usted
right?
entiende que tiene el derecho de ser representada por un abogado.
Sí, yo entiendo.
I understand.
Okay, and are you voluntarily proceeding, knowing that you have the right to proceed with an
¿Y
attorney?
usted voluntariamente quiere proceder sabiendo que tiene el derecho a tener un abogado?
Sí, claro.
Y esa
Have you taken any medication today would impair your judgment?
No, I don't.
¿Tomó algún medicamento el día de hoy que le impida contestar preguntas? No, I didn't.
Okay. All right, I'm going to vote to approve this upgrade to an OP. Full liquor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Concur with the chair.
Okay.
With the stipulations that she currently has.
Yes,
Correct.
with those steps, please.
She ran off. Yep.
Espérate, ven, señora, ven.
So just be clear, you've been approved, but you had to keep the conditions that you have.
Yeah,
now.
I told her that.
You got it?
She was approved.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
That's all?
That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great
Yeah.
day.
All right. What was that? Yeah. 886, the Hidden Barrel LLC. This is a request for reconsideration.
Good
And
morning. Thomas McCallum on behalf of the Hidden Barrel for a reconsideration, applicant principal, Vince Maggio and Jennifer Blanchard, consultant. I've had the submissions, hoping you've all had an opportunity to look at it. The reconsideration, in essence, we have changed the modus operandi. Originally, the application relied upon traffic flow, extensive traffic flow. And welcome, Commissioner De Leon. Welcome here. Chair Fan, good morning and good luck. So initially, when we appeared, it was based on the traffic flow. It was extraordinary, and we had it, but it wasn't quite the argument. So I spoke to Mr. Maggio. I said, listen, I know you want it. I know it's important. And therefore, he decided I have to go out. I have to create a market, and I want to bring it back.
No, the question is what has changed? The fact that this board change is not a reason for you to be able to ask reconsideration. What has changed on your end?
On our end, we've moved away from relying on the method of the modus operandi of traffic flow. He's gone out to the North Fork. He's met with many, many vendors. The location itself is built out and it's well-sized. So at this point, he's introduced himself to many vendors and said, listen, I have a venue. You want to sell your product. We have a symbiotic relationship which will help you and will help us. There are many vineyards. There are a few venues. This will be a liquor store which can accommodate that. It'll help grow Mr. Maggio's business and it'll help grow the businesses out on the New York. It's economic development that we're looking to do. What's going on in Rocky Point is fixed in time. There are 3 stores in relatively close area. I went out there on Monday, Chair Fan, and I looked at the stores. And in the year plus, nothing has changed. Every store is identical, and they're not developing anything. They're just, it appears to be coasting. The product is identical. All the exhibits I provided, they're identical to what I provided a year ago. So based upon that, it's material enough to be reconsidered. And Vince Maggio would like to speak for himself to some degree, but I think it is material, and I think he has an opportunity to be heard. And I think it benefits many parties.
I'm still not convinced what is material. The fact that the store haven't changed at all?
No, the fact
Or
that
that now you're not depending on traffic, you're depending on what?
ultimately,
That you have built relationships with the wineries, that's not actually something that we can consider at all.
well, it's a difference in that the store will be self-sustaining by growing with other relationships. It's different. It's material different. We have to create the business, and Mr. Maggio's done that the past year. I've given you the request for reconsideration with the recommendations and letters expressing that they do want to have this as an opportunity to develop. See, Chair Fan, we had to think of something novel to give Mr. Maggio the opportunity. The other stores haven't changed. They're frozen in amber. Nothing has changed. They're not fulfilling the quid pro quo of the public policy of growth and development. They're in their fixed places. They seem to be complacent. Nothing changes. And what does that do for the public policy of convenience and advantage? They're there, they're locked in, and we want to develop something different, which will grow and better for the public policy. Bring the people to you. They're not coming to Rocky Point. Let's bring them to Rocky Point through what Mr. Maggio has worked hard to do. And you can see that as testimony in the letters of support.
Tom, may I say a couple of words, please? Ladies and gentlemen of the SLA, thank you for hearing us again today. I appreciate your time. Last time when we had our first SLA hearing, it went by so fast, I feel like I really didn't have a chance to speak or even relay what kind of store we wanted to build. I'm a longtime resident. My entire 56 years lived in the Middle Place, Rocky Point area. And the area is served by 3 fine little stores, but none of them have the vision or do any type of real tasting events, any home-tainment events, any things that make the liquor business new and exciting. I've been in the business for 26 years. I have extensive relationships with both suppliers, with agencies that provide tasting events, things like that. And I'm looking to build a clean, modern, large destination store in that area that's built out that will attract people, not just get people who want to stop in and get a quick bottle here and there, but do events that get people excited about, especially the people that I went to visit on the North Fork. Every vineyard that I went to said the same exact thing. They said we have tons of vineyards, but we have very few places to showcase our products at. With the 50th anniversary of the Long Island Wine Council and the Long Island Wine Region, they all have these great events, and they're really nobody's really doing anything in our area as far as showcasing their products. So it's a real opportunity, and I really wish that you guys would give me the opportunity to show you what I can do.
I'm still stuck on there is nothing to reconsider here because nothing has changed.
If you read the letters of support that we have there, we had numerous other letters. We didn't want to bore you with all the other letters, but there's numerous letters of support there to attest to my character and my business ability. And I've been a businessman in that area for over 40 years. It's my hometown, and I'm looking to build something extraordinary there.
I know.
I'm not looking to
understand it's your
divide.
hometown, but
I'm
we
sorry.
already decided last time that there is no public convenience and advantage because there is no growth in demand for alcohol in the area. There is a store within 0.4 miles that we just put there since 2018, and their numbers are decreasing. There are 3 stores that are within the next 1.5 miles, and all of them are showing decreasing sales.
Now, with that being said, I am a longtime resident of the area, And myself, my family, my friends, whenever we're entertaining, we'll go to a larger, more modern liquor store out of town. We'll go to the closest is we'll say Marquez in Port Jeff, and then we'll go to the Wine Guy in Smithtown, someplace where the experience is female friendly and fun and interactive, the tasting setup and things happening. The reason for the decline is mainly everything declined after COVID. Liquor store sales went down, and mainly the decline is probably due to things just getting stale in the area. People going out of town to buy their products.
Has the population decreased also?
Not at all, not at all. It's ever increasing because Rocky Point is actually an affordable place where people can, young couples can live. The demographic has changed, yes.
Yeah.
Younger.
Why don't we vote on the recon? Why don't you vote first?
Request for reconsideration, whether or not it's granted.
You want me to vote? Yeah. I'm gonna have to deny the application at this time.
All right, I'm gonna vote no on reconsideration as well.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Next is 913, Theta Corp. DBA Coco Standard Tavern.
Good morning, everybody. It's a breath of fresh air, so welcome and thank you. Robert Romano, I'm here with Jose Benavides, along with Mr. Benavides, this is his wife, Anarias, forgive me for the pronunciation, and Iris, and most importantly, Jerry, I'm here, who I did not rent for the morning, but and we're here because the premises that Mr. Benavides has has permitted at this point had a very, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, it had a horrible history. The previous licensee had a revocation and a prescription, which you don't hear about very often. Mr. Benavides is a air conditioning technician, had been seeing a sign that the store was for rent and not knowing the past history whatsoever, went ahead blindly, frankly. Had he come to me, I did not prepare this application from the onset. Had he come to me, I probably would have recommended that he does not apply for it. He has been operating now for over a year, for just about a year, at this premise with
Were
zero.
you a security guard at the prior location? Because you were listed in one of our police reports from an incident that happened before.
When was this?
I'm not aware of that.
I used to work for a security company and we go different places.
So you have worked here before?
I worked as a security guard for a company years ago. And I still have the security license from the company, but I don't do security anymore.
How long ago?
Well, I do security in 2004. Yeah.
Okay.
The question posed was, did you work as security at Tomatoes of Long Island in the past?
What was the question?
Did you work at security at this location?
I don't remember working at that.
Our records show in 2010 you were a security guard at this location.
Well,
Do you
I worked
remember
for
that?
many places. I don't remember if I worked at that place before because I used to live in Nassau County back in the day. And like I said, we used to go to different places. I don't remember working in this place. Now, we don't live so far from that place. I don't remember working in that place years ago.
Okay. I have no knowledge of that.
Do you want to hold it over and take some
No,
time,
I mean,
Mr. Romano?
I could tell you, I did speak to Officer Anson, who's a community liaison officer of the Shirley Suffolk County Police Department. He said, absolutely, they've been very cooperative when they come by. They've had no issues whatsoever with him. They happen to like him and like the premise. And in the words of Officer Anson, they're running a compliant premise. He's been doing this for about a year, as I said, at this location under temporary permits. He's proven himself. He has another application out where he's running since November 9th.
But he's also just proven himself to not be really straightforward with us here, so.
I'm not sure if I agree with that.
2010, okay.
I mean, that's 13 years ago. Did you work security at one specific location or?
No, we work for the company and they used to send us, different places. I don't know.
So you've worked at this location before, you don't remember where?
He worked for a security
I work for a
company.
security company.
Yeah, but if I'd worked somewhere, even on contract, I would remember having been in the building or not.
Well, but I mean, we just went that night. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Nothing's going to change. I mean, we can put it off, but really nothing's going to change. I mean, I gave you what the strict instructions. We are fully transparent. We're not hiding anything. There've been no protests to this application. He has a perfectly clean record of operation for almost a year and a half, 18 to 24 months if you add up the two establishments permit time. I don't know what else he can do to show to this board that.
Where exactly is it located, Mr. Romano? Because there's an issue here that it was stated to be a standalone building, but.
I
we weren't able
corrected
to
that.
find it.
I sent in corrected pages. It is connected. Again, I did not prepare the application originally, but it is a connected strip center. And
Is the address actually 3943?
yes, the address was correct. It was just the description of the property. There was a.
Mr. Benavides, is my understanding that you don't have any experience in this type of business, is that correct?
Well, I was the manager of one of the places around for a few years, but she has a lot of experience.
And I will explain that. That was,
What was the place you were manager at?
Yeah, it was in the Ronkonkoma train station. It's 33 Railroad Avenue in Ronkonkoma, New York.
And so you plan on managing both of these establishments and continue your full-time job as well as an air conditioner technician?
Well, I don't feel like I'm ready to leave my job because all the situation that we temporary, I don't know if I'm gonna have this place is like 100%. So for that reason, I don't think I'm ready to leave my job.
if he gets approved today, he told me that he was planning on leaving by the end of the year.
I was giving.
So who is currently managing the premises, both of them? Who's managing?
Well, my wife, it's one of the places, and my brother's helping me in the other place. I'm planning to, leave my job by the end of this year.
And what's your brother's name?
Walter Benavides.
And I had previously asked him and we would submit personal questionnaires today on both Ms. Benavides and his brother. And according to Jose, there's zero disqualifications in their background.
So this
No
is, the maximum occupancy, is my understanding, is 225, is that right?
What was that?
Maximum
Amarato?
occupancy, the maximum occupancy at this facility is 25?
290, I believe. It's over 200 people.
And so this is not a restaurant, you're applying for a bar tavern, correct?
Well, it's a bar.
Okay,
It's a
bar.
nightclub. It's
Mhm.
listed as a
It's been a
nightclub.
while
It's
for-
open from 10 to 4 p.m. I mean,
4
10 to
a.m.
4 a.m.
And again, I mean, he's had pretty much a year of an unblemished record running the establishment. I mean, if he does not get licensed here, this place will remain a vacant store for a long time. And I mean, I would think that he's the type of tenant or type of applicant that the board is looking for, somebody he's proven himself.
Yeah, but everything you just said to us from your mouth and his mouth are not accurate. So how am I going to?
How is it not
I mean,
accurate?
you said it was a restaurant. He said that he's never been there before. He saw a
The
sign.
second place-
I
the
mean-
second
No, he's talking, you're confusing the two.
We
Yeah,
have
he's-
two different places, and one is a bar restaurant, but this one that we're talking right now, it's just a bar. It's just a bar.
No, this is a nightclub, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
to deny him this license, put him on his tight a leash as you need, but to deny him the license,
Yeah, but he just said it's a nightclub.
it's been operating, dancing.
What else could it be, Mr.
Right, no, we're not,
Mr. Romano? I mean, you're not set up as a restaurant, so you have an occupancy level of 225 people. You're asking for DJ, recorded music, and dancing.
right. And he's been operating like that without issue for almost a year. And according to Officer Anson, he's been doing a great job at it. And again, there've been zero complaints. And for a nightclub, not one police call in a year is, that's pretty commendable. I think you'd agree with that.
Amazing.
I
And
know, but there's really bad history at this location.
Absolutely.
It's not helpful that you're not forthcoming, because that makes me really want to vote against you for fitness and character. Because there is no good cause if you're lying.
I think.
Well, I didn't know anything about this place.
So I'm just going to ask one more time. Have you been at this location before? Before you start owning it?
That was 13 years ago, and like I said, I used to live in Nassau County, and the company, it's in Nassau County. We used to go different places in one car because that was just me driving to these places. We used to go all around Suffolk County. I don't remember being in this
Were
place.
you hired here on a regular basis at this location?
No. I used to work for a security company.
Right.
Like I said, I didn't know about this phone call. And it was like 13 years ago. And we used to drive together with a couple more guards. I don't remember being in this place.
Unrelated to the security business, did you have any involvement in that entity or ever go there?
Did you have any involvement with that previous?
No.
Did you ever go there?
No.
How'd you find out
Other
about the
than-
place? Was it just an empty storefront or?
Yeah, I mean, I do air conditioning and I have a small business. And I did a job around the area. I saw the business for rent. And that's how I got in contact with the owner. I didn't ask questions who is I remember the name of the place because we took the signs down, but obviously we put our signs there. I didn't ask the owner about the records or things like that. I didn't know. I started from zero. I didn't know anything about this place.
And as a security guard, did you have many interactions with police officers? Like talk to them pretty much regular basis?
No, not really.
Okay. Are the members ready to vote?
What happened? You're an applicant at another location?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that application pending or?
Yes, and again, that one has been since November 9th, running under temporary permits without a blemish.
Is that a nightclub also?
That's more of a restaurant, I believe, right?
It's a restaurant bar.
Does it have dancing?
No, I'm dancing.
Or is it like a restaurant? Is it like a full menu restaurant or is it more?
Yes.
It's a full menu?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's delineations, differences, so. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Mike.
No, Mike, I was just gonna ask you, what are your hours currently?
Where
It's for,
at the restaurant or at
which place, Mr. Amaran?
Not the restaurant, the alleged bar tavern.
All right, we're just gonna call our council.
Okay.
At the other location?
All right, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll be to conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
I just want to reiterate that I had spoken to Mr. Benavides during the break. And again, he has no recollection of being in this particular building prior. They would go in a car of 5 people. He said it was an hour from where he lived. If he went to this place, he was literally dropped off by the company in a company car, worked, picked up, and dropped off at home, and they would go to different locations. So, we are being transparent. He does not recall.
Do the members have any further questions?
Benavides, are you currently a licensed security guard?
Yes. Yes.
And your brother is also a licensed security guard?
No, he doesn't work as security.
And we don't have his personal questionnaire, but he's
No,
going to be
we
managing
can-
this place?
He's just managing that. I know I have to put him like that. Like.
Okay, so why don't,
We
Mr. Romano, you go and prepare that and send that to us, and so that we can take a really close look?
Sure,
Only because this place has,
I
you
understand.
know, substantial history here, so we need a real security plan and the personal questionnaire.
And would you like one from his wife as well, since
I
she?
think we have hers, no?
Do we have it as a joint account or just as a,
Oh, you do?
I don't know, I was
We
just
have something
asking.
from her.
Let me see.
Have anything?
Yeah, we have hers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have hers. It's fine, just give me that one and it'll be fine.
Okay.
August 16th.
Okay.
Security plan and a
Thank you.
PIQ
Okay.
for the brother.
Yeah.
And Commissioner, you okay with that?
Concur with the chair.
Just please wait for me.
Okay.
Wait for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Next is 884 Sawmill River Liquors LLC.
Good morning. This is Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Brittany and Zayed Meir, the 2 principals of the applicant. I believe there's opposition here. Do you want to hear the opposition first?
Sure.
Charles Nguyen for the opposition. I represent H&C Liquors Inc. at 111 East Main Street in Elmsford. It's the second closest store to the applicant. And with me today is Yan Hee Chen, who's the sole principal. Would you like to put the second person who has a protest on the record again?
Robert Romano, I'm here representing Joseph Shinu as well for Elmsford Discount Liquors Incorporated, which is the closest store.
Demographics is a significant aspect of this protest. Applicant is seeking a package store license at 129 Sawmill River Road, which is also known as Route 9A in the village of Elmsford. The village of Elmsford is roughly 1 mile square with a population of 4,064 in 2010 and 5,176 in the year 2020. Just a 1,100 population increase over 10 years. The village is connected to numerous highways and thoroughfares, as well as being a significant center of commercial truck traffic and distribution in the county of Westchester. As a distribution center, it houses a significant number of warehouse facilities, including a major distribution center for both FedEx, UPS, and Sam's Club. The corridor on 9A through Elmsford has been described as a nagging, truck-clogged traffic snarl. The stretch of 9A north of 287 handles 20,000 cars and trucks a day, according to the state counts. That's a 1-mile corridor that handles 20,000 cars and trucks a day. Among this confluence is a newly opened ShopRite set back about 800 feet from Route 9A on a hill behind a 25 to 30-foot concrete rock retaining wall, which is beyond visual sight from the two entrances at Route 9A. As to access to this applicant, there is no public convenience to this location. It may be a convenience to the customers of ShopRite whether or not this location will be successful given its location, but it's only been open since March 26, 2023. It should be noted that there were serious causes for concern regarding quality of life in the neighborhood, which were addressed by Town Supervisor Paul Feiner, along with site inspections, some of which centered upon the very serious issue of congestion along this Route 9A corridor. Finally, it should be noted that located in Mount Pleasant on 9A, about 1.5 miles from applicant, will be a new 150,000 square foot Amazon distribution center. A significant number of Amazon trucks will be utilizing the 9A corridor in Elmsford to get to the New York State Thruway south to New York City and north to the Mario Cuomo Bridge. Significantly more truck congestion hindering access and convenience to the new applicant liquor store. Attached to my protest, I placed the area survey and listing of the 8 closest stores to applicant, all within 3.5 miles of applicant. The closest store to applicant is Elmsford Discount Liquors at 258 Sawmill River Road, just 1,100 feet from applicant. The new ShopRite previously housed the now defunct Greenberg Multiplex Theater and a half dozen or more smaller retail stores and businesses. All those were removed, including the Elmsford Discount Liquors, to house this new ShopRite facility. Elmsford Discount Liquors operated for years at the Multiplex Center site and has a large following in the neighborhood. The store since then moved to the current recent location in November 2019, again, just 1,100 feet from ShopRite and its previous location. It is also, Elmsford Discount Liquors is also on Sawmill River Road, continuing to serve its local clientele. It is a discount store with parking and it has a large variety of wines and liquors. H&C Liquor is on East Main Street off Route 9A at the other end of Elmsford, about 4,900 feet from applicant, is approximately a 1,900 square foot store. It has a large variety of wines and liquors, extending from discount products to fine wines and its own parking area. It is worth reiterating that these two stores, these two active stores in a roughly 1 square mile village whose total population is 5,000, a little over 5,000, should be sufficient to just serve the village of
So, Mr.
Elmsford
Lin,
itself.
there was a store that was in this location and then
Elmsford
it
Discount
moved
Liquors
At this,
at this
That's
location.
his store.
Yes, this used to be most of this was a plaza which had a huge cinema movie theater. And on the side, it had about 3 to 4 other stores, boutique stores. One of those stores was Elmsford Discount Liquors. When they decided to knock this whole thing down, Elmsford got a removal down 1,100 feet to the present location, which is at Sawmill River Road, 1,100 feet away.
this would not be a replacement.
Okay, because it already moved.
Yes.
I understand. Okay.
The applicant, well, now we have also Destination Wine and Liquor is located 2.1 miles from applicant at 620 White Plains Road, a direct route from applicant. It is an identical setup as the applicant. Destination is adjacent to a Stop and Shop supermarket with a few additional retail stores. It has a warehouse feeling to its operation with a vast and varied assortment of both discount goods and surprisingly large inventory of fine wines. It is a 4,400 square foot store, almost exactly the same size as the applicant's store of approximately 4,800 square feet. It would appear that the village of, and also finally, there's C&S Wines, the fourth closest store on Knollwood Road in White Plains. The liquor store is basically servicing the Knollwood residential area of the exterior village of Elmsford, which contains a majority of the single-family homes in the area. It would certainly appear that the village of Elmsford in the town of Greenberg is already being well served by the current liquor stores. As far as public convenience and advantage, the applicant's location on top of a hill significantly set back from Route 9A, which has the new Stop and Shop supermarket as its only neighbor. One supermarket is not a destination area. One supermarket is not to be deemed one-stop shopping.
Are there any of the other closest stores that are close to a supermarket?
The Destination Liquors, which is adjacent to Stop and Shop, which is a mile and 1.2 miles away.
Okay. I think that's good. Do you have more?
As far as gross sales, somewhat important.
Yes, we have those.
Okay.
That's fine.
All four of the closest stores show stagnant or very slight decreases in sales after the COVID 2021 period.
Yeah, but they all show growth comparing to 2019 numbers, so that's actually not helpful.
Pre-COVID, except that 2022, they did not actually bounce back. It's still somewhat stagnant or less.
Yeah, but they went from 2.2 to 3.6, so.
And finally, the the statutory notice, state liquor authority notice to be posted to the public was not posted by the applicant. I usually do not make an issue of this. However, it is a statutory requirement. The windows of the premises have been totally blocked off with black shades and paint, no visible access to the premises. And I presented pictures of it, which is part of my Exhibit E, the last exhibit in my presentation. The failure to put the notice might have been intentional, as there was neighborhood opposition to this site, citing increased traffic congestion in an already massively traveled corridor and quality of life concerns. Without the required notice to the public was unable to make any opinions to the liquor authority.
Okay.
And just finally, I'd just like to say that the applicant appears to be qualified and of impeccable character. However, to this location and location alone, public advantage will not be served with little or no growth in the population, no significant increase in the total sales of the business, possibly some increase or meeting somewhat pre-COVID, but no significant increase in sales in the last several years. And again, a store that's just 1,100 feet away that was occupant of the very same plaza years ago.
All right. Thank you.
I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
I promise I'll spare you. I'll be brief. I echo what Mr. Lynn said and would also have you focus on the letter, on the email from the supervisor, Paul Feiner. And my discussion with him, he was very adamant that this store would be, is not in the public best interest. It's not public, would not serve public convenience or advantage. And it is kind of unusual to get a letter like this from an elected official. And he is very clear. And as far as the sales figures, I believe that if you look at all four store sales figures, you're flat. And the population of the area, I've provided you a link to US Census numbers, is actually decreasing. So, and then finally, I'll just point out this location is at the exact pinpoint location where my client, Ms. Sheena's store had been. And it is 1,100, his store is 1,100 feet away, was a removal, didn't close. I would suggest if they are looking to put something new in the area, I'm not sure, maybe one of the four closest stores would be for sale, but to add another store here in this congested area, I don't believe would be a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. I just want to, before I get started on my presentation, I just want to point out one thing I asked my client about the notice. The notice, he posted the notice himself. Photographs of that notice being posted were sent to the Liquor Authority as part of this application process. He didn't take the notice down, and he doesn't know that anyone did take the notice down. There are 5 points I'd like to address concerning this application. Excuse me. 1, the applicants themselves. 2, the support that we have for this application. 3, the location itself. 4, the products and services that the applicant will provide to consumers. 4, the demographics of the area. And then 5, the surrounding stores and their stats. With regard to the applicants are a married couple, which I just introduced to you. They'll be managing the store on a day-to-day, full-time basis, as indicated in the personal questionnaire of Zaid. He is a principal software engineer. He's working remotely. He wants to continue that employment for a brief period of time for income being provided to the family until the store gets up and running. At that point, he will leave his employment and then be at the store full-time. While he's working in his current position for the short period of time, he still will be able to devote a lot of time to the business since his work is remote and the hours are very varied, whatever he wants to make of them. Brittany previously worked in the liquor store industry and is currently an e-commerce manager for a wine and gifting platform. I just told you what Mr. Mayor has been doing. Their experience will ensure a modern, cutting-edge shopping experience utilizing the latest technology. The applicants are in the process of completing their advanced wine certificates, expanding their current certifications with the International Sommelier Guild. All right, and I've attached to this Exhibit C their certificates, which they have already obtained, and they'll be going on for future courses as well. With regard to the support, we provided to the members in Exhibit D a petition with over 5,000 signatures of consumers that come to the shopping center. We do have the Town of Greenburgh Supervisor's letter in support. So I don't know what he said verbally to other people, but I provided you with a letter as Exhibit E where he looks forward to them opening up a business in the town. Also, we provided to you as Exhibit G, and I'll get to this in a little bit, a letter in support from Piscola Topa Spirits, which is a women-owned brand, alcoholic beverage brand. And then, as Exhibit H, we provided you with a letter from ShopRite in support. Obviously, ShopRite is our landlord. Of course, they're going to give us a letter in support. But what's important about the letter is they speak to the synergy of the liquor store and supermarket and how that works and how it provides even greater support for the supermarket itself. And they feed off each other.
So you have a support letter from Paul Feiner?
Yes.
We also have an email from him.
Yeah, it's Exhibit E.
What's the letter dated?
Oh,
I have an email from him from July 14 where he says.
this is January 23rd, 2023.
I got it right here. It's official January 23, 2023. It's on official town letterhead.
Stationary, yes.
The town of Greenburgh has been negatively impacted by the effects of COVID.
All right.
All right. With regard to the location, this ShopRite is a destination. The liquor store will be a destination store. Whereas ShopRite, which has partitioned off space, is partitioning off space for this liquor store. So we're taking frontage, a little frontage from the ShopRite supermarket itself ShopRite is a 69,000 square foot supermarket. So this is a mega supermarket. They're providing us with 4,660 square feet of space. So we're right on we have frontage right on the front, facing a 500 space parking lot.
Do you guys have any local ties in the Westchester community?
So we're both from Queens, New York. We actually became familiar with the town itself when we were looking for our wedding venue a few years ago. We came through the town, got to know it, and then kind of went from there.
Right, but you still live in Queens.
Yeah, it's about a 35-minute drive over.
But once the store becomes established, we have every intention of moving into Elmsford.
The location is also directly across the street from Sam's Club, which, as we know, is a tremendous food store. And the entrances with regard to Sam's Club and the shopping center, they flow into each other. They're just across from each other. So it's easy shopping as well for Sam's Club members to come across. The store will be accessible. There'll be shopping carts provided. And the store is going to be accessible to scooters. There'll be scooters provided to consumers, customers that might need that service to get around, that may be disabled. In addition to the shopping carts, the aisles are wide enough, 6-foot wide aisles to provide room for shopping carts to pass each other, for scooters, wheelchairs, or whatever might be going down the aisle.
You guys have family members that have liquor stores?
Yes, my father is a principal of a store and my stepmother is a principal of a store.
So where are those stores?
One is located in New Rochelle, New York, and the other is in Bronx, New York. However, they have no affiliation. This is strictly my husband and I.
On whose credit is the $500,000 line of credit on?
Both of us.
And what do you have to give as collateral for the $500,000?
The inventory itself, the bank provides a line of credit concerning inventory, on inventory, which is standard. I mean, I have many clients with tremendous lines of credit for purchasing on inventory. Shall I go on? Chairman, fan?
It really hangs on this town supervisor.
Well, and this letter of support, I mean, they're gonna fill a vacant spot, so which is why he supports it. But in the negative email, he says they're gonna cause more vacant spots if they open, so.
I can guarantee you that if this gets approved, he's gonna hand in his keys to his landlord.
Well, one is an email and the other is on official letterhead.
I didn't-
I don't know.
All right, so this is,
Would you guys go and clarify what the deal really is here? Because
I don't know about this email. I don't know when the email was sent.
It's in the supplementals, so it was in the supplemental documents.
I didn't get that.
Okay. But the email's dated July
recent.
14th.
Can you get him on the phone?
You can get them on the phone.
Can you get him on the phone?
Okay, go and get him on the phone and you can come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, one. Yes, you want a second call it, or?
Yes, please.
Or,
Thank you.
no?
Yeah, I mean, I would rather just hold it over instead of having everybody wait, but see what you can do, if we can
But-
get something in writing.
Yes,
Um,
either way, in one form or the other, get a letter.
I mean, this hinges on the town supervisor alone. I mean, we have a lot of other points here and a lot of, I think, but
Protest
we have
is
a lot
gonna
of
be a
positives.
no. If it's not a no, then I want to know that. Obviously, your clients are qualified applicants to have a store, so I'm trying to get to a yes. That's the goal
Yeah,
here.
Right.
So
And as you know, the town and public officials and people living in the area also play an important
yeah,
part in public advantage.
The July
Yeah.
14th of 2023, you said?
yeah, and I see pictures of your front door where it's all black, and I don't see our notice up at all. So I don't know that people understood that ShopRite wanted to open a liquor store right next to their store, and it's just a giant store. So
Well, you have the petition from the consumers of ShopRite, for over 5,000 of them.
I know, but you don't have a notice on your door.
It looks more like a brick wall, I think, did you guys hang it on like a wall
No,
next
it's
to the
all-
door?
It's all black in the front.
So like bricks, pretty much?
Yeah.
I think that's the one standing.
And we have photos of that to the liquor authority.
I think I picture with the Daily News.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it needs to stay there. You know, I think the fact that you don't live in the community, it suggests that, you know,
Well, the only reason we don't currently live in the community is because we have been saving for the store. But once it is established, we will be moving into the community. And we want to be a positive in the community, so we have full intention of being a full-time member.
So what's on the door, or what's on the, are there windows to the establishment?
There's no signage yet. The windows are just blacked out. So it's a brick wall, windows.
Well,
and
you say the windows are blacked out. Are you telling me the windows are tinted?
No.
no, there's like a black.
You know, construction.
For construction, it's covering up the
Construction
renovation.
purposes. This is the ShopRite just opened up in March of 2023. So it's relatively new and everything was under construction. The posting was put on the brick wall
All right.
where the
Let
store
us
is
just keep moving
located.
along and we'll discuss this again, okay?
I'm sorry?
We're gonna
Just to see, let-
second call it.
Yeah,
Second call it up?
Yeah, please, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Next is 883, 182 Bridge Street LLC.
Right, I have it split.
Good morning, members. Phil Dorn, attorney with Pizzetti and Bookman. With me is Fred Toomey, the principal of 182 Bridge Street LLC. This matter is in front of the members for two reasons, both of which I would like to address. One is due to a prior cancellation at the premises, and the other is the sufficiency of the food menu. As to the first point, the prior cancellation, Edward Lang, the owner of the building where the hotel is located, used to operate his own hotel at the premises. When COVID hit, he received a handful of executive order violations, and like many licensees, he opted to take cancellation for the record instead of simply paying the civil penalty. Fred was not aware of any disciplinary history when he took the lease at the premises. He was not aware of any disciplinary history up until the point we received the full board memo just a couple weeks ago. Further, it's important to note that Mr. Lang has no control over the business whatsoever. He's nothing more than a landlord. He still owns the building, but he simply collects rent checks from Fred at a fair market rate. Otherwise, no control over the business. The second point, which is the sufficiency of the food menu.
You don't need to say anything about that.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna vote to approve, thank you.
I do have a question about the 9 other LLC members that are part of this. What is the average, what is the percentage for each 9?
Percentage for each person?
Yeah, it says less than 10%, but
Yeah,
is it 5, 6, 7?
I have-
Yeah, thereabouts.
I have an investor spreadsheet there was a spreadsheet we submitted in the application paperwork. Mr. Toomey owns 32%. He has one partner who has 20%, I believe, and then the rest, as you mentioned, Commissioner, are under 10. And if I can find this spreadsheet, I'll tell you the
The
exact
other
number.
9 comprise of 50%? Is that
48%?
48%? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
that's
Something
correct.
like that, yes.
I'm sorry.
It is scanned into workflow.
Oh, okay.
Does have it.
Okay.
So if you have
Here we go.
2 individuals with 9%, a couple with 7,
Yeah, right.
5, and 2 with 1.
All totaling 100%.
Did you have it?
Yep, I have it. I'm happy to provide.
We have it.
You have it. Can I take a quick look at it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yours to keep.
Yeah, that's what CDM scheme.
Thank you.
Yep.
I will, did you vote already? Chair?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll concur with the chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll meet you outside.
So next is 916 CLIC entity.
Sorry.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Patrick DeLuca. I'm here to represent Ms. Shadhuck and Mr. Sonoy for a new liquor store in Stony Brook. And we're here to answer any questions you might have, as well as give you the basis for their application. What we found unique about this was its proximity to the parking lot for the Stony Brook train station. The closest store had very limited parking. It only had 3 or 4 spots right in front of the store that you back up onto the highway to use. And the second closest store, although it's listed as a liquor store, it promotes itself as a wine boutique, and it has extremely limited inventory of non-wines. My client could describe it better, but it's really just a few feet of liquors. So it's not really serving the community overall. It does serve the wine community, but not as a liquor store. More, it's self-proclaimed wine boutique. Also, I think I would like to let my client tell you why he thinks this is a good location.
1 second. Sir, are you in opposition back there, or are you?
I'm opposed.
Oh.
You're opposed?
Yeah. Yeah, so you can go ahead. Why don't you come up first?
Lawyer comes up.
Romano part of this?
Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
My name is Robert Hebert. I own Hamlet Liquors, Growwell Liquors, those store where they said 3 spots are. We've been in business since 1974. It's been in my family. When my stepfather passed away, I took over in 2007. In that parking lot, there's 6 spots and 9 spots in the gas station right next door. It's not partitioned, it's open.
You're talking about your parking lot?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
There are 6 stores in a 5.1 mile stretch of 25A. If you have that map, you can see it. Lakeside Emotions is in Stony Brook Village. That's about 2 miles away from my store. Driving up the road about maybe half a mile, not even, are 2 other stores. Dima in the H Shopping Center, which holds the same shopping center as Waverly, which is right next to Stop and Shop. Another half a mile from them is Moore's Liquors, Wines. And then another 3 miles from there is Port Jeff Liquors. They're all, in a 6 mile radius of my store, there are 19 stores. And in the last, 6 years, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 denials for oversaturation. One of the stores that you guys, well, not you guys, but the previous, was Total Wines in Stony Brook. Then there was, the newest one was Silver House in Lake Grove, which is right across the street from Stony Brook. And Shabbat Wine and Liquors in St. James, North Bamberlin Wine and Liquors in Stony Brook, Banson Wine and Liquors in Stony Brook, and Raj and Sons Wines in Stony Brook. All have been declined for overpopulation. Stony Brook University, oversaturation. Stony Brook University, which is right across the street from the said location, is 1,039 acres. The majority of the population there are underage. So they go from 18 to 21.
Oh, wow. It's right across the street?
Yes.
Yeah, I see that.
Behind them is the Three Village Academy, which is Three Village School District's school for where the troubled kids go. The kids with learning disabilities and disciplinary problems. 2,000 feet, if you're looking at it, to the right is the Stony Brook Prep School. I live in this community. I grew up in it 53 years in September. I've lived here all my life. I know most of the people. I live right 1.1 miles away from the store, my store. Trying to raise a family, put my daughter through Stony Brook University. It's not easy. COVID hit. Yes, we had a great first 3 months. I'm not going to deny that. It was unbelievable. Stony Brook University shut down. They went completely remote in the fall of 2020, which I lost a lot of the professors and the night staff and everything else. There was a little bump in revenue because of everything going up. Everything has gone up. My customer count has gone down, but the money has gone up because of the price increases.
Right.
It's hard to make a living, especially with that many stores in that close of a location.
I understand.
And I also have the letters from Carahan and Jonathan Cornwright. Carahan's the legislator. Jonathan Cornwright is the council member. I think I emailed them to you guys.
Yes,
I
I have
think
those.
they actually emailed them to you too.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. First of all, Stony Brook is a very good town. I went there. My daughter as well is going to join Stony Brook this year. My sister's daughter is already in Stony Brook University. Coming back to Mr. Roberts' opposition, in Stony Brook, I know there's a lot of kids, 36% are under 21, and everybody else, 64% is over 22 years old. So I checked those numbers already. Again, to support those numbers, Mr. Robert himself said that when the Stony Brook University shut down, his business went down, so I didn't know what that means. So that's one thing. The second thing, the second closest store is Lakeside Emotions. I have been there a couple of times, as well as Mr. Roberts' store. Latest was Monday. I went to Lakeside. There's one 6 by 8 feet of display that has liquors, rest is wines. Beautiful store. I told the owner, I said, what a beautiful liquor store you have. He kind of got offended. He says, this is a wine boutique, not a liquor store. So I said, do you have Jack Daniels? Just to shop. He said, we don't carry that. You might want to go and look for it somewhere else. So that's not public convenience, according to me. I have a picture of Mr. Roberts' store where there's 5 parking spots. They were all full. There's 3 stores using those 5 parking spots. One is the kitchen and tile store, one is a deli, and one is Mr. Roberts' store. I waited 15 minutes to go inside his store on Monday. I was not able to. So I left. I just took a picture of outside 5-car spot and I left. Another thing, now we are in the center of both the stores. I think my store would be a big convenience and advantage to the public because I have like 40 plus parking locations. Right across from train station, people come from work from other towns. They can just come and shop in my store. I have a restaurant next to the same shopping center. I have a pizza place in my shopping center. I have a Chocology, which is not like a regular chocolate store. They were featured on Shark Tank. They do pairings with wines and chocolates. So I spoke to the owner. They're willing to do, combine business with us and attract a lot of customers. We'll do coupons. I'm a very big follower of law enforcement, doctors, all of that stuff. I'm planning to create some sort of, coupons for them, like 5% discount or 10% discount. I'm planning to add ID scanners from day one so that no underage kids can come and buy liquor from my store. All of that, pet-friendly store. I'm going to make that store in a very bright and modern store so that people can come and shop there, and it will be a very, a place to go and shop. I'll carry all lines of product, plus parking lots, wine tasting. So,
Okay.
and I think the change is needed because I was reading the letters also. One thing that bothered me about those two letters, again, they're from officials, but if you check those letters, the wordings is so identical. Everything is copy and paste on that letter. So that bothers me a lot. That to me, it looks like somebody dictated that letter and the other person was writing the letter. I don't know. But you can check those letters. There's like one paragraph where this is, there's more florists, pizza places, same exact commas, letters, everything exactly the same. So that bothers me a lot. And I
But
think
the
there would be.
signatures are accurate, right? You don't have
Oh, no,
problems with the
I don't think
authenticity of
that's
the
what he meant.
letters, right?
That isn't what he meant,
No.
ma'am. That isn't what he meant.
All right.
He just meant that they all seem very similar and neither of the letters.
Yeah,
from-
but that's
from
how
the
it works. No one wants to write their own letters.
government. They didn't state who they were in
All right.
support of.
There are a couple of issues here. I think that with the two legislators, asking us to not grant this license, that's relevant. 3-minute drive away from the next closest store that is not showing any growth, it's another problem. And optically, even if you're not within 200 feet, I think putting a store right outside a university is asking for trouble. So with that, I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner?
Yeah, my looking at the gross sales kind of indicates there were 4 submitted that I see. 3 are showing negative growth, and 1, we didn't get anything for 2023. So I will concur with the chair.
Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Next is 908, 1965, on the Island Avenue LLC.
Thomas Burke from the law office of Stacy L. Weiss. This default is totally my error. I dropped the ball. I'm here to apologize and ask you to return it to council's office.
Wait, 908?
908, yeah, it's a default.
What was the oh, it's a default.
Yeah.
Oh,
I missed the date. I've since submitted a not
what do
guilty
you want?
plea.
You want to go back to council's office?
Please, please.
You sure? Because I was
you-
gonna do a letter of warning,
Oh, okay, great. All right, then
but then you
definitely.
have to accept the charges now.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
They were having a party and the family members were fighting over the photographer.
Yeah, my concern was the,
He was definitely off the premises.
I'll concur with the chair.
Thank you, sir.
All right. But you want to withdraw the default, so can we do that? Can we just say that he actually appeared? Or do we need to actually
Do you need the
have it go
CNC?
back and come back?
Do you need the CNC?
We can,
I could submit a CNC and ask for a letter of warning?
I mean, you're here, you're
If I may, perhaps, Chair, we should just put it over to the next meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
And in the
The
interim,
best-
I'll submit the
The cleanest
CNC
way is that
and
way.
ask for a letter of warning. Thank you so much.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Next is 920, Lamine Chose Wine Inc.
Members. 9 what? 928?
920.
920.
This is an application for a new package store. These are the applicants. State your name.
Michael Baldwin, Eric Yarborough.
And I think they're best suited to present their case. Go ahead.
Are there any protests?
I believe that we sent a rebuttal for the one protest letter addressing the 2 points that the closest shop made.
There was one protest letter.
Okay.
Chandelier and cardboard.
Yeah.
Correct. So Thank you for the time today. We just want to address 5 points to demonstrate our advantage to the community. And the 5 points that we'll
Who's
go.
Eric and who's Michael?
This is Eric, and I am Michael Pawon.
Okay.
So the 5 points that we will go through are population growth, new development, our products, community outreach and education, and then just a little bit about ourselves. So I guess I'll start with population growth. If you look at Exhibit A, you'll notice that in Williamsburg, the population more than doubled from 2010 to 2020, and in 2030, there is more projected growth for the area. I will also mention that 2 of the closest tracts to us, which are Census Tract 515 and 497, currently have no off-premises licenses in those 2 tracts.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm sorry, the Tract 515 and 497, which are 2 we are currently Tract 501. Our shop would be located in Tract 501, Census Tract 501, and the 2 closest tracts.
I want to explain tracts.
I apologize. Census tracts is established by the city or the state, depending on the population. And so as the population grows, they subdivide certain sections just to make it easier for logistics and for reporting. And all of this information is available on the NewYorkCity.gov census website. So, and there's actually a map that you can see the entire city divided into tracts.
Okay.
So the 2 closest tracts that are adjoining us, 515 and 497, currently have no off-premises. As I mentioned, population growth has more than doubled, 2010 to 2020.
Wait, since 2020?
2010 to 2020, the population more than doubled, and there's projected growth for 2030 as well. This is also available at the New York Census, as well as the governmental census, the federal census. Next, I will talk about new developments. So this is one thing that we address in our rebuttal to Chandelier and Cardboard. Just in Tract 501, it's a very specific tract. It composes about 3 blocks. There are more than 22 new residential developments, and every single one of them is multi-unit. 3 of the closest have more than 50 units that have just gone up. Specifically, if you refer to Exhibit B4 and B6, you will see those developments that I've actually canvassed the neighborhood and taken pictures of, and I've provided pictures of every single address for you to review. What's up? Product? Yeah. Apologies. I haven't done this before. Next I'd like to talk about our product line, and I think that this is where we become a need and necessity to the neighborhood. The way that this entirely started was Eric here has moved into the neighborhood and has tried to locate classical high-end wines and has had trouble shopping at all of the 5 closest shops to him. He actually lives about 3 blocks from the current location of the store and currently can't shop anywhere for the type of wine that he would want. Generally, and even to this day, he actually has to go to Astrid Wines, Union Square Wines, 67 Wines to purchase the product that he would normally consume. We are both WSET certified, which is the Wine, Spirits, and Education Trust. Throughout our education, we were tasked with purchasing certain wines for the coursework. It's required. And you have to do assessments and then submit them. There was not a single store that we could find more than 1 or 2 of the wines in one location. And these are classical regions that are standardized throughout the entire world. This Wine and Spirits Education Trust is actually based in London. So this is a standardized education for the entire world. And just in our area of Brooklyn, like I mentioned, we couldn't find more than a couple in a single store. Again, we would seek out stores like Astor Wines or Union Square Wines, which it's a 20 to 25 minute commute from that location in Williamsburg. We also plan to focus, I'm a little nervous about saying this, is never done this in a public setting, but I'm a queer man. And as a queer man, I've often not felt welcome in many spaces, and I felt very underrepresented. I'm a double minority. I'm also Afro-Latino and Spanish and Indigenous Caribbean. And I want to see the products from people like me in shelves, on shelves, and I want to see them displayed proudly, and I want to see them represented, and I want to see them talked about, and I want to lift up a lot of these products and give them space in our community. I feel like they're generally considered an afterthought, and I would like to make them a focus along with the high-end classical wines. So just this alone provides a great advantage to the community. I don't know that any store is actively making women of color, people of color, indigenous people, queer people a priority in their shops, on their shelf space. It's very easy to sell the products that everyone knows, but the harder thing is to help establish brands and to lift the people around you up and establish business for them as well.
What are
And
the
that's
brands that are produced by people of this diverse background that you're mentioning?
well, there's actually a local brand called the King's Distillery, and they're queer owned. I actually submitted a number of different brands that are specifically LGBTQ owned. They are on exhibit, and I apologize.
Which what?
Apologies, C1 and C2, and this is just a short list of some of the Exhibit C1 and Exhibit C2, and this is just a short list of some of the producers and importers that we plan to work with. Actually, the importer that I previously worked for, which sells very high-end wine in Manhattan, is owned by a Latino man, and it was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had in my life working for a minority and feeling represented in my community. And wine, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of representation specifically. So, which actually leads me to.
Do you have a copy of that exhibit? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I brought the copies. I apologize.
My scan-in ends with the 11.
The 11. Product placement, so I have.
If you have in those exhibits, evidence that you gave notice to the community, one of the things that is objected to in the letter that we received is that the community had no notice of your application.
Oh, we addressed that as well. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of vandalism, and we provided a picture. The notice was spray painted over, so the notice was posted from the inside.
Did you submit a picture?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, because we don't have.
Yep, I have a screenshot here. It is actually one of the exhibits that's listed. But I'm welcome to hand it to you. So this is a shot from the inside of the store. And I routinely had to stop at the shop and try to clean the windows up. Unfortunately, we've had spray paint. We've had people come and post paper posters all over the windows. It's floor to ceiling glass. And we're not, unfortunately, we both, Eric here is a full-time psychiatrist, and I also work 2 jobs while I'm doing this. So we can't be at the shop every day to try to clean, and it is a lot to keep up with, but we have done our best. That was the most recent day that I just happened to stop by, and I noticed all of the spray paint, and I just made sure that I cleaned off a selection of the window just enough so that the sign was posted. And I actually just happened by chance to take a picture that day. It was pure coincidence.
Let me just say for the record that, you have shown a photo. It's time stamped July 16, 2023 at 19:25 hours. It appears that there is a notice posted on the window. You can't read the notice the way the photo is taken. But I can accept council's representation that this is a proper notice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's go on to
Education.
education.
I don't have it.
It's right here.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I provided several photos, and I do have other angles.
Page 11 of the supplemental.
I didn't see it. This is what I got.
Should I continue?
No.
Okay, apologies.
There it is. That's the thing. I mean, I'm fine with the photo and the representation. I can do that.
just have a question.
That's not the right. I think
Can you
maybe
tell me?
you need to look at the actual zip drive where they put in the supplement.
Oh, Mike?
Yeah, can you please just tell me again how your product is going to be different from the other liquor stores in the area?
Oh, of course. So again, we will be focusing on women of color, people of color, LGBTQ producers, and we want to have high-end classical wines that generally you would specifically not find in our area, but to a greater extent, hard to find in Williamsburg. These are wines that, again, some of these wines we actually needed for our standardized wine training, and we couldn't purchase them anywhere near us. We actually had to leave the borough just to be able to find them. Some of these wines are ones that I represented at the last company I worked with, IPO Wines. Very classic, slightly higher in cost, and the stores in our area seem to fall into one of two categories. They're either doing the very hip skin contact natural wines, or they seem to be bulletproofs without the glass, which they're selling mass market products. There's products stocked on the floor. They're selling bulk wine, and we have no intention of selling any bulk wine whatsoever. That is not the focus here. We want small production, we want clean production, and again, we want to lift up brands that are underrepresented in the market.
So your specialty then is, from what I understand, is wine.
Wine and spirits, and I was going to get to that with my next point, which is the community outreach and education portion of our store. We will be, as far as I know, the only location to have dedicated floor space to community outreach and specifically to education. And what this will look like are soil samples, rock samples, botanicals, grain samples. We will have wine atlases. We'll have a wine library, which customers can come and for free and check the books out. We will be focusing on education specifically. I struggled. I didn't get a chance to finish my college degree. I started in chemistry, and I was supporting myself, and I couldn't finish my college degree. And it's really impacted my life. It's been very hard. I've not been able to get jobs that I'm completely qualified for just because I don't have a piece of paper that says I have a bachelor's degree. And wine is one of the first industries that really opened my eyes and showed me that there is a path forward to a livable wage outside of traditional education. And that's kind of what I want to be able to provide and demonstrate to the people in my neighborhood. And I want to do in a way that other wine shops have not and do not currently. Wine can be kind of a mysterious subject, and it needs to be more grounded in fact. So I want to talk about pH, acidity. I want to talk about sugar content. I want to talk about moisture and weather and geology and geography. I've learned more about history and geography doing wine than I did in 15 years of school, just because you study borders and you learn about how the borders have moved and historical context. So there's a wealth of information. I'm still constantly learning, and that's kind of the entire concept of the shop. Yes, we sell wine, but we are a community resource center. We're here to help elevate the people in our community. We're here to help educate the people in our community. And we want to offer them a path forward into the industry. And the best way to do that is through hands-on education. Not everyone learns visually. So.
And will there be a fee for attending these classes?
No. This is a free public. This is completely free to the public. There's no purchase necessary. If someone wants to come into the shop and simply ask about soil samples and how this affects the wine production and how rain affects, the flavor profile or the sugar content, they're more than welcome without purchase. That's the entire point of the shop. Yes, we sell wine, but we're here also to educate and to help lift each other up. It's a hard market out there for us.
And you said spirits as well. The spirits are going to be pretty much the same that the other stores in the area offer.
No, they will not be the same as, there may be a few SKUs that overlap, but that's not what we want to do. Again, we're here to support underrepresented brands, craft brands, very small production brands, One of the brands that I submitted is actually an indigenous brand out of Arizona that specifically donates to and helps Native Americans with water rights. And these are the kinds of things that we're looking to support in the shop. And I have not seen these represented just even in Brooklyn, so let alone in our little area of Williamsburg. And with this education piece, there's nothing within 10 miles, about 40 minutes of us that's doing anything remotely similar. There is one store on the Upper West Side that has some dedicated floor space to creating digital content, but you can't go in there and interact with the store. It's not set up that way. So you can learn from their content online, but there's no tactile way for you to absorb it. And if you don't learn through just visual aid, then you're kind of at a loss. So I apologize if I went over a little bit. Anything you want to add? And then lastly,
What about you? Why are you trying to get a wine store, liquor store?
Hopefully I can explain it quickly. I'm from Alabama and I moved to New York in 2006. I came here to learn LGBTQ psychiatry, which I was successful at. I was a community psychiatrist for a number of years, and over time living in New York, you get exposed to things like nice wine and food, which is one of the benefits of living in the city. And it's just something I became passionate about. And then I was lucky to meet a very good friend that was also passionate about it. And over time, we talked about it and we did our research and we tried to find a location where we could open a store that would hopefully be successful. And it's also something we want to be proud of at the end of the day. So we want a safe space for people to come in and feel like they're welcome.
Do you think drinking will support people's mental health more? Is that one of the angles, or?
So yeah, I'm also an addiction psychiatrist, so I work with people with all kinds of different addictions. Alcohol is legal, so I think it's important to talk to people about a healthy way to have a relationship with alcohol.
Yes.
And also refer them to places if they need to go get help.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yeah, given their particular interest in a diverse group of customers, and they seem to have connections and relationships that are existing to push their product to support this community, I'm going to vote to approve. I'm going to, not going to limit you, but, if you show me a list of people that, that are producers that you're going to support, then I really hope that you actually make that commitment and carry those products.
Hopefully you'll come by the shop and shop some of them and help support them as well.
Commissioner?
Thank you.
Commissioner?
I'll concur with the chair.
All right. You've been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, I saw Mr. Romano walk in and then walk out, so I don't know.
Okay.
Are you ready, or? All right, yeah,
Okay.
watch out. Do you want to call him up? Or, all right, we need to break anyway for recess. So we're going to go off the record for a brief recess. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. We're going to call back up 884 Sawmill River Liquors LLC. General consensus is to hold it over. I don't know if Mr. Buscemi, if you wanted to say anything.
And the purpose of holding it over?
Yeah, someone has a doctor's appointment, and he seems not able to get the answer.
But look, I hadn't, although I requested any opposition documentation, I didn't receive this email. I just saw it.
If you push, then we'll just vote to deny it, and you can ask for reconsideration.
No, I'm not going to be here on, I'm out of state.
9/7.
9/7?
There's
There's no other?
All right. Why? Is there? No.
Can someone do this for you?
Well, Marty's around. Look, let me, why don't you put it over to the next board meeting, and I'll notify you if there's anything different, okay? And I'll ask Marty to come up on it. I mean, so we're putting this over because of
Doctor's appointment and to try to.
Conflicting town supervisor letter here.
Yeah, okay,
It's
but
something.
that's a personal email that was sent, not to the liquor authority.
It wasn't a
But
personal.
I saw it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. That was sent to Bob Romano and one of the licensees.
The last line is, feel free to share this with the SLA.
Okay, but he's not sharing it
Well,
with
the meeting's been adjourned. Commissioner, are you okay with holding it over to August 16th? So it is going to be held over to August 16th. So if anyone can get another letter, official letterhead, to clear it up, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very
I have
much.
another matter on Thursday.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right. Next is 910 Lily Wolf Inc.
There's two. Yeah.
Can you
Hi,
have the, I'm sorry,
Joseph Levy here.
Commissioner, if you guys can turn the mics on when you talk, because apparently they can't hear you on the recording well.
What's the, who's the applicant?
So Lily Wolf, I represent, the principals are here. This is a removal of a retail wine and spirits store application. Mr. Lynn is here representing someone else that is part of the four closest that is also doing a removal of a package store application. So
Are they, so is that, I'm sorry, is that 911 Broadway Spirits Inc.? Okay, so
correct.
that's what it is.
They're almost like companion cases, if we can just explain the situation.
So you guys are both moving to similar areas.
No, they happen to be a similar area. Lily Wolf is moving 900 feet. My client is moving 280 feet into an area that already has 8 active liquor stores. If you go onto the New York State LAMP site, you can see that all 8 are the same, really, stores. It's just a juxtaposition of all the stores, and that's probably why, that has to be the reason why there wasn't any protest as against my client nor as against the other one, because we're talking about all similar stores. My client is increasing her sales will have increase in square footage of 10%. Lily Wolf's apparently is going to have substantial reduction in their square footage. So really, I don't see any reason why public convenience advantage won't be served, because it's all the same liquor stores with no other
Then why are
advantage.
you speaking, are you protesting or what?
No, he's an applicant for removal, as am I. We're both
Okay.
within the four
All right,
closest
I'm
of
gonna
together.
vote on 910, I'm gonna vote to approve.
I concur.
And on 911, I'm gonna vote to approve.
And I concur.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good co-counseling there, apparently.
You just wanted to jump the queue.
Next is 935 Elvino Tortino Inc.
9:35.
935.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Good luck.
You're in opposition, right? This is Elvino Tortino,
Yes,
and you're the applicant?
yes.
You appeared last time in opposition. Yeah.
That guy don't
Is this the guy who's going
Yeah,
for trial?
sure.
Sweatnick again?
No.
That was the next one, 9:35.
Yeah.
This is 9:35.
Right, this is a change in operate. And you want to sell liquor, right?
Yes, I should start. Good afternoon. My name is Marcelo Tokyo. I represent my store, Vino Tokyo. I want to say that I was here at the Liquor Territory in New York more than 12 years ago. I was following a dream to become a business owner after moved to New York, to the country. It was great as an immigrant to be able to open a business in New York. I had to say, being a small business owner in New York is not that easy because we went through a lot, like crisis, pandemic, some landlord problems, some inflation now. But after 12 years, we are still in business, and we are able to grow little by little. I get to hire some employees, grow family, but we are able to be also we are able to be part of the community, engage with events, make some donation to help nonprofit organizations, some school entities to raise money for a good cause. And I am requested to change the method of operation because I would like to be able to keep growing. How now do it little by little, giving the best customer service possible, because it's important for us. Sometimes the clients are requesting a specific, small batch of liquor, and I want to be able to provide it. Also, I grew up in Latin America and identify with the culture, and I would like to carry some liquor from there as well, and also from my Italian heritage. Well, we need to grow the gross sales, as it's important in order to continue to pay the rent, to pay my employees, all the utilities. Now with inflation, everything went up. We are a small boutique store, similar square feet than the opposition. I'm not going to hurt anyone if we are able to sell some liquor there. We will continue with the same store philosophy, carry small selection of artisanal wine and spirits. Thank you.
Mr. Buscemi is here in opposition.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was here the other week. So this is for an upgrade. What I want to indicate is that, but for the New York.
Not really an upgrade. I think he's limited to New York
Spirits,
produced liquors only, and he
Right.
wants that restriction removed.
Right, but for that restriction, it wouldn't have been granted, the upgrade to hold liquor as well as wine. This was first an application for a wine license. Then after that, it was upgraded to the liquor, but only New York State spirits. This applicant is 200 feet from my client, Mike's Liquors, whose sales are down dramatically. Sales are down 28% from 2019. Within 1 mile of this store, there are 12 stores with 1.5 miles. Of the store, there are 27 other liquor stores. So if it wasn't going to be approved for an upgrade to full liquor without the restriction, I don't think that the restriction should be removed at this point. Is there a reason to remove it at this point in light of the proximity to other stores, the number of stores, and the gross sales?
Fair enough, but he's been running the store for 9 years with no issues. think I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner?
Just a quick question. This was a restriction to New York State liquor? or New York-
Right now, we sell it only New York liquors.
Liquor?
Yes, but beside the wines, no?
Not wine, liquor.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll concur with the chair.
Approved, thank you.
Text.
I have. We have it at the email. I forwarded it to the full board.
I saw the email.
We adjourned.
All right, I haven't seen it.
I know, yeah,
Okay.
so you go through the proper channels, get the emails, everything.
Okay.
Okay.
And try to work hard on.
Yeah, that's why I want to put time on. And let me just add, because I didn't receive a lot of this documentation with regard to opposition. I'd like to get it now, at least, since this is adjourned. I go through you or
Board info.
board info again? Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Next is 888 Double J Operations LLC.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. We provided a written submission to you on the issues here. I believe that you've had it and you've had an opportunity to go over it. Just a couple of key elements. The licensing abstract had that the community board was in opposition to the application, and that is not correct. We had sent in the stipulation from the community board that was signed. The problem with this application was the original filer of the application filed the application, in my opinion, prematurely, as they had not been to the community board. When we came in, we had asked to adjourn the community board meeting with the community board, but licensing would not allow that adjournment, so the 500-foot hearing had to go through. And because of discrepancies, the ALJ decided that it wasn't in the public convenience advantage. We subsequently went to the community board and worked out one of their detailed stipulations, which was provided to you and stamped by the community board. That's it. That was an Exhibit A of our paperwork. There were some mistakes in the application from the original filer through deficiency letters and through a subsequent filing. We updated the application to make all of the circumstances of the application corrected and made aware to the authority. One of the questions that came up were the hours. That's in the stipulation with the community board, where we're closing Sunday through Wednesday at 1 a.m. and Thursday through Saturday at 2:30 a.m. per the community board stipulation. There will also be no outside area, no dancing, no promoters, no live music, and no events with a cover charge. I'd be more than happy to answer any other questions that you might have with regard to the application.
Okay. And it's 12 private events?
Yes, throughout the entire year, yes.
Okay.
We're here to speak on this.
Aye.
Okay.
So we're here, since this was calendared in front of you guys, while there was an agreement that was reached in the end, we wanted to highlight this case because it's a great example of the issues we have at the community board. I don't know if you had a chance to review the September 1st, 2022 submission from CB2 to the 500-foot hearing, but we received 2 30-day notices on this back in March of 2022 and again on May 2026. We scheduled meetings for the applicant to appear and present their application on May 3rd, June 7th, July 5th, August 9th, and then they came in August. There were issues they had not worked out with the community. There was significant opposition, then it was laid over for another 2 months, and we came back. In the interim, because the application had been filed, a 500-foot hearing was held, even though the previous representative told us they would not file the application with the authority until they had completed our process, since, as you know, the scheduled the 500-foot hearings fairly quickly after you guys received the submissions and the it's a lockbox, or, in that process. And so this makes it very difficult for us and for you that we get into create a big mess because there are all the discrepancies because things aren't worked out. So in this case, there was a positive outcome in the end. There was a list of stipulations. I think there was a submission from one of the community groups also noting that due to foreclosure, there's a different landlord now in this establishment. The community group is also concerned with some of the misrepresentations, but they were also generally supportive of the application, provided that the conditions were adhered to. There is a history here of some other issues. I think that Mr. Flynn also represented the previous operator here, which two licenses back, but we had a lot of issues, which is why the stipulations agreement is very detailed. And unfortunately, also there was another change as a new bike lane was put in along here, which prevented a significant amount of outdoor dining from allowing to be created on the outside, when that was a change from August to October, which helped resolve some other issues as well. So, yeah. Thank you. And I did not put my name on the record. I'm Carter Booth from here representing Community Board 2.
So what Mr. Booth said is 100% correct. The previous filer of this application was premature, as I said he was. He had adjourned several of the attempts to go to the community board. The client got frustrated. They retained us. That's when we went to the community board and eventually worked everything out. We even tried to adjourn the 500-foot hearing with them jointly, but licensing wouldn't do that. We agreed to all the stipulations they wanted: no outside area, no promoters, no live music, everything.
Who is Bryce Jones?
Bryce Jones?
No idea.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was a different applicant before this was put in. So I referenced the September 1st letter, which I can provide you with copies because we did not get it in the package back.
That was just a prior applicant,
Yeah.
and what happened to that?
They never moved
They
forward.
didn't move forward.
Yeah, and so,
Okay.
I've noticed sometimes when we get submissions back from the authority, this did not appear in the package, even though it was submitted at the time for the 500-foot hearing. I don't know if you have it or not.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay. So,
But you guys are okay with, I understand the process with Messi, and, we're trying to be, moving forward, we're going to try to work with you if there is a request to move 500 foot, like in a scenario like this. But you are now okay with the conditions of 1 a.m., 2:30, recorded DJ, no live, no jukebox, no karaoke, no dancing, no third-party promoters, and 12 private events, no outside service. You're okay with the security plan and the soundproofing report?
yes.
Okay. With that, I'm going to vote to approve with all those conditions.
Is this the applicant that has 3 licenses with the disciplinary history
Yes, yes.
and 1 license cancellation?
Yes, which he did not know was canceled. That was one of the other problems with the application. He had given his previous licensing history to the original filer of the application, none of which made its way into the personal questionnaire, which he should have checked more carefully, but it didn't make its way in there. When we became aware of it, we amended the application literally within a day of being told.
Okay, thank you. I'll concur with the chair.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 891 Bronxlandia LLC. So this is brought on back to the full board due to the community board never receiving notice of the last meeting and to give them an opportunity to speak. Would you like to hear from the community board first?
This appears to be in
Or do you
support.
want to?
Significant amount of people in
Yeah,
support.
because the applicant, if you want to have the applicant in support come up first.
Yeah.
To put their names or
Hold on a second.
at least the applicant.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people.
Yeah, so who's the where's the community board?
Right there, I believe.
Okay, go ahead. Community board can go first.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the authority. Ralph Acevedo, I'm the district manager for the community board. We want to first thank you for allowing us to come back. It was an issue on your guys' end with like notifying us. It's unfortunate that we're here now in opposition. This matter came to us last year. The applicant submitted the 30-day stipulation in March. We met at a committee. We have a committee that deals with franchise, license, and permits. We have our local precinct attend these meetings. If it's a renewal, the precinct will notify us if there's been any issues within the previous 2 years. And if it's a new application, the precinct will let us know recommendations that they would want to give. This is a new application. The meetings, all these meetings also were virtual. There were no in-person meetings. At the committee level, like I could speak for maybe other community boards, meetings can get a little contentious. There was some back and forth regarding the security issues at the committee level. But at that time, the applicant agreed to the stipulations. We provided the stipulations. I provided a lot of information, and I confirmed with Mr. Mike Smith that you guys did receive all of my information. So at the committee level, it was agreed upon the stipulations at that time. 2 weeks, in the next 2 weeks, we had our full board meeting. And at that time, the applicant was asked if they agreed to the stipulations, and the applicant said no, they did not agree to the stipulations. So the chair of the committee at that time sent this back to the committee so we can figure out what's going on and, hopefully come back to an agreement. This went back to the committee in May of 2022, and the applicant did not show up. And then out of courtesy, it was put back on the agenda for the committee for June's meeting. The applicant did not show up. At this time, the community board felt they did its due diligence with this. Community boards don't meet in July and August. Now we fast forward to April of this year. I received an email from the State Liquor Authority that to please provide the stipulations as documents were being prepared for a hearing. I submitted the stipulations and kindly asked to be notified of the hearing. Then that was the last I heard of that. The commanding officer of my precinct notified me that he thinks the applicant received their license. And that's when I started investigating, and then I got an email back that due to a keystroke error, we were not properly notified, and this item is back on the agenda for today. This is an application that was going to be approved, by the community board. It was the applicant at the end who said they are not agreeing to the stipulations. A lot of it centered around security. The measures of security were recommendations made by our local precinct. We have a strong partnership with our local precinct. We always take their recommendations. They felt there was a safety issues that these things needed to be implemented. And for the interest of the community board agreed with that. I guess that's a nutshell of it all. Like I said, this was never going to be, and I'm here having to state this now, we was never going to deny or oppose this application. We just want the applicant to agree to the stipulations and the recommendations that were made by the precinct at that time.
Okay, so I apologize that the email didn't get sent to you, and I.
That's fine. We're here now. It's fine, Chair.
So the steps are 2 a.m. Sunday, like 7 days a week, basically. Last call at 1.
So that was in April of last year. Things have changed from, and I've submitted emails that I received from my commanding officer where they're looking to add their recommendations. It has been a year, and if I'm not mistaken, the commanding officer informed me that there have been police interaction within this last year at this location.
They now won't
So
midnight.
they want to change the time. They want to do a couple of different things as what they're willing to do. So I am here, the executive committee, my chairman, are kindly requesting, all we're asking is for the applicant to come back to the community board so we can agree on these stipulations that were originally agreed upon.
I'm gonna allow it. When's your next meeting?
So we don't meet until September.
You guys
Now-
have a TAM?
I'm sorry?
You guys have a TAM? They're operating on a TAM?
It's a temporary license.
Yes or no? We've issued the license?
No, still conditionally approved.
Right, because the bathroom. All right, well, you can do two things at the same time. You can finish the bathroom and go back to, in September. You don't meet until September, so I can't do this until October.
What's the date of
Your
the,
full
So,
date is end of
in
September.
good faith, this applicant has already beer and wine with us. We are in support of economic development. In good faith, I can try to have data like in August, come up with a date that we can have quorum on our end, the police are available, and the applicant can be available. We can try to meet then, but I cannot guarantee that because community board members don't meet in July and August. It's hard to get everyone's schedule in order, but I will make an honest effort, just for the sake of it.
So you want to do September 6th?
I'll do my best effort to do that. The full board does not meet to the end of September. So I will have to have the committee and the executive committee in before the 6th of September with the applicant and the precinct. I will make every effort of doing that and keep.
So let's try September 6th. Otherwise, we're talking October 18, which is
do
really
you want to
long
hear
way
from the
out.
applicant or?
Because if they have to wait until after their full board, their full board will be end of September, and our next meeting is October 18.
I think the applicant would like to speak as well, if you would like to hear from them.
Sure.
Wanna-
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the response that you gave to the person from Albany
Oh, thank you.
and how offensive it was when they painted a very broad brush about banning all hip hop, which we know is code for Black people.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy that Ralphie actually talked about how contentious the meetings are. Because contention that he's talking about is the absolute bullying and abuse that I've experienced as a Black woman business owner from my own hometown at the hands of people that he has personally enabled. Starting with the wine and beer license at the Boogie Down Grind Cafe, which we were subjected to. The kind of intense, humiliating public scrutiny about things that we have never done. Public urination, promoting violence, all of these things. And that was then. 2 years later, no, before that, it was all in the documentation that we gave you. We literally put out, there were several complaints against Bobby Crespo, his boss, the one who was as abusive to me as possible, and he was reprimanded and removed from his position in community board because of his abuse. And the fact that Ralph Acevedo abated and abetted him when there was one lone person sitting in that room watching me be humiliated and who tried to bring a level of decency and decorum and respect to the liquor license subcommittee at Community Board 2. Ralph walked out of his office, turned off the recorder so they could publicly berate that young woman. He was reprimanded for that. Ralph Acevedo helped, and he's continuing on that path right now. I did not show up at the meetings, at the first hearings, because of the abuse that I was subjected to the first time. I did send my husband, my business partner, James Chase, because at that point, we honestly did feel and we thought that we were obligated to show up, even though we had already done due diligence and submitted our 30-day notice to the State Liquor Authority. I did not attend because I was not going to subject myself to that again. So James was at the first meeting, and please let him go. I'm sorry.
All right.
No.
No, I want to ask the community board.
Well,
Was he there?
I'm sorry?
Was he there at the community board meeting?
The meetings were virtual and Mr. James Chase was present at the committee and at the full board meeting, yes.
So I'd
So
like
what
to,
did they not show up to? When you asked them to come back again?
Yes, so this full board meeting was in April of 2022. We kindly asked them to come back to the committee in May of 2022. We have this documented, and they did not show up to the committee. And then we put them back on the agenda for June for 2022, and they did not show up. And then the community boards go on hiatus.
So what happened? So you guys agreed to something and then did not want to go back? Like, I'm just trying to understand what happened here.
yeah, I'd be happy to fill you in. So in the first subcommittee meeting, and I was under the impression that both of these meetings I attended were subcommittee meetings, but in the first one, the deposed subcommittee chairperson, who still, for all intents and purposes, acts like the chairperson, Bobby Crespo, demanded that we put in airport-style security at the door and cameras before he would allow our application to go to the full committee, and that is recorded. And that they didn't like the opening hours that we were requesting, but the level of hostility and suspicion with which they were regarding our application was reminiscent of the unnecessary, unprofessional, and eventually officially disciplined behavior that they had exhibited towards us when we were getting our beer and wine license, which is operated successfully and without incident. So
No, there are incidents. I have police report with Bottle Club. I mean,
at
you know, look.
the Boogie Down Grind?
Yeah,
When and where?
same address.
Were the continuing meetings a part of ongoing negotiations?
So the subcommittee that I was at, where they were asking us to do these things before, well before, this is early in 2022, were not just stipulations, but they were a part of this history of bullying and making these kinds of demands. So after an hour of it, I was done and I said, sure. I came back to the next virtual meeting and I said, look, we're not going to do that. We're going to have security company, which we have a contract with. They're going to use wands and pat downs when we have events that need that. We will install cameras before we open, but we're not going to do it just to get out of your subcommittee.
Would you agree, Mr. Chase, that the continuing meetings were part of ongoing negotiations with the board?
After
Wait. Is it a question? Can we meet with them?
No.
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 I'm getting the understanding here that there was a series of meetings. First, I understood that you did not attend the meetings. Now I understand you did,
Yeah.
but there were adjournments and continuations of this meeting. I'm getting the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that there were ongoing negotiations. Perhaps you negotiated, there was a breakdown, you re-met again, continued to negotiate, some things got resolved, another meeting, and perhaps this is what happened. I don't know, I'm asking you.
Yes, so the second meeting that I attended to, Mr. Crespo opened with, we told you to get these cameras and metal detectors installed before we would let this proceed to a vote, and I know you haven't. Meaning he was standing firm on what I thought were unreasonable demands to make up a business that far in advance of this process. Stipulations that we have a security plan and cameras in place are good. We understand that, but this is not that, and he wasn't, and it was.
As contentious as this been, Mr. Chase, and correct me if I'm
Uh,
wrong, it has resulted in an agreement with the community board. Do I have that correct?
We have never received any written stipulations or anything like that. After the second meeting, if we consulted a lawyer who said, look, they're going to submit their recommendations. You've made your 30-day notice. If you don't feel like it's going to be a good use of your time, you don't have to proceed if you don't want to. And that's how we conduct ourselves from then on. We had to work really hard on the application. It's pretty difficult.
Okay, and Mr. Acevedo, is that correct? You still don't have an agreement?
No, we were going to vote, the community board was going to vote to approve. And at that full board meeting, as Mr. Chase just stated, he didn't feel, I guess, comfortable agreeing to the stipulations at the time. And then that was April of 2022. So we tried to bring it back to the committee in May of 2022. We invited them, they were on the agenda, they did not appear. And then we tried to bring them back in June of 2022, and they did not appear.
Are some things agreed to and others not agreed to?
I can't speak for what they're willing to agree with. The only thing is the stipulations that I submitted to you guys at the committee level, Mr. Chase did agree to everything there.
Oh,
So that's why I moved forward to the full board.
And I just, Mr. Chase, there are some things that are agreed to.
We definitely agree to have cameras there installed. We definitely agree that if we have an event that requires metal detection, our security personnel will use a metal detector. We're not agreeing to put in airport-style walkthrough metal detection equipment in our facility.
And we do have cameras with
Yeah,
a
I said-
30-day
yeah, recording.
Okay.
recording.
It's
So despite the circumstances to date, there's progress and there's only, what is limited? Just this airport security, that's the only outstanding thing?
Hours of operation.
Yeah, when we were here and got our conditional approval, which by the way, we did build the bathroom that week. And we sent all the documentation to the right email at State Liquor Authority. We took care of everything on your list. And we're happy to comply to reasonable stipulations such as the ones you guys put, but the type of metal detection equipment we didn't think was reasonable, and certainly the condition that was reiterated during the two meetings that I was at, that we have to do these things before they will even vote on it, we didn't think were reasonable either. And that's where we thought no more fruitful discussions were going to occur if they were going to continue to behave in this way.
Well, I thank you. Yeah, I thank you both, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, may I say something? I'm sorry. May
Uh,
I
that-
say
well-
something?
Sure, you can say something, but
Thank you. Nice to meeting you, sir. I'm part of the community too. And we all are over here. We came, I live specifically in front of the business of Marjorie, okay? I've been there for 20 years. I never hear no problems. I never saw no problems. And I have cameras that can focus the whole thing around.
Ma'am, did you say that everyone here is a part of the committee?
Community.
No, I'm not part of the committee, but I'm trying to be part of the committee
I understand.
because I have business since 20 years over there. And I'm very lucky that, the kind of business that I have is not, that kind of business, but I have 3 daycares. Okay, so I apply to become part of the committee because I think that we need a lot of support. And when I say we, I'm talking about the community as well. Because it's a lot of problems over there. It's a lot of social problems. And Marjorie is not only a liquor and a vendor for coffee. Marjorie is part of the community, working for all of the people over there. She's helping a lot of people. But we're discussing now about the license. I think that if something being told and it's not true, this is a danger matter. That's a crime. We have to check on that. Now we have cameras. But Marjorie is trying to get more resources in order for her to keep herself up in the community. with some more money. And I don't see no problems in there. I don't know why that happens to her. And if it's not one thing, it's the other thing. And I came here, I left my 3 business over there, my office, and I was supposed to go to the doctor appointment. But I came here because I want to support the Marjorie, because Marjorie is part of the community. And that cannot happen. I don't know what kind of security they're saying about. I don't know what is the problem with whatever happens there. I know one thing. I'm gonna be stand up not only for my community, but for Marjorie. Because she helped the community. She's giving a lot of stuff to the people. She allowed people to use her premises outside so they can make their private stuff, and they never charge. Okay, so we need people like that in the community.
Yeah, we understand.
And thank you.
I appreciate your passion for the business. I
just have a point of clarity here? I'm sorry.
Yes, can you just
I
let me
just
finish,
wanna
sir?
read-
Can you just let me finish?
I apologize, Madam Chair.
To the extent that they're having an ongoing conversation with the community board, because there's a process that we follow here. What Commissioner De Leon was saying is that there was a committee vote and then there was a full board vote where they basically rescinded what they agreed to. And so they were basically sent back to the community board. And instead of doing that, they basically came here. What we're asking is for them to just continue the process with the community board, and your passionate support is going to be celebrated, but you need to go with them to the next step and make sure that your support of their business is going to be on record there. And I'm going to ask you to actually not try to do executive committee or executive session. I'm going to kick this out all the way to October. I want you to have every member of the committee in the room, and I want you to have full board in the room when you actually vote.
Understood, Madam Chair.
So in the meantime, all of you should request the documentation that we have on record about potentially other activities that had happened and whatnot. We will look into it as well, and if there needs to be further communication, you can send us a letter.
Were there summons or were there just cops talking to Bobby Crespo?
I'm really not at liberty to talk about things that are still in our files for potential investigation. So, but certainly you can go to the police department and talk to them. I have a letter here that they want midnight.
That they what?
They want midnight. So you need to go figure that out.
Right, that was the one from back in April. And then the commanding officer wrote on June 21st, the first time we were approved, and said, and struck that. Because he wanted us to not be
All right, well,
treated
you have a
unfairly
beer and wine,
just because
just
the
follow
community
the,
board has a problem with me.
look, this is the process. I understand what you're saying, but we need to get to the end of the conversation, and then we'll vote again.
So-
I get what you're
She
saying.
mentioned something about a temporary permit. Is that possible in the interim?
No, you have your own, you have your beer and wine, right?
No, we have
That's
it for
another-
another
that's another business.
I thought
event.
they have beer and wine. They don't have a beer and wine?
That's another premises.
Different premises, they said.
Yeah, to something grind.
Our community board is so disappointing.
They're very.
Just 2 seconds.
We go to the community
We've been,
board,
I've been to meetings.
it's mind-boggling, awful, we've been going for years.
You can just hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
May I ask a question, please? Just how long have you been a party to that lease at that location?
For Bronxlandia,
Yes.
we acquired that building in 2013, but we were operating it
Here's the building owner.
as a building owner since 2013.
Okay, and so I believe you said earlier, you do have surveillance cameras inside?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And
Were they operable? Were they operable on June 11th of this year?
Yes. Yes, they were.
Thank you.
What was June 11th?
That was that last run-in we had with Sergeant Woody.
All right.
So right now, we're gonna hold it over till August, to
Yeah,
October
October 18th,
October
please.
18th. Okay.
I know, but that is just the process, you know, we have to respond. You see, community board, that's just the process. And I understand what you're saying and I will look more into it. But for now, you know, we have a community board representative saying that they didn't actually finish the conversation, so.
What you're saying is the community board is actually for the community, but they're actually stopping all the creatives, all the artists, every single.
No one is
person.
stopping you. We're just stopping the alcohol service for now. You can still be doing art there.
Business if you can't pay people. Right.
Yeah. Sir, can you please state your name?
My name is Jesse Foster, and I've known the Jordan James for quite some time. I've lived in the neighborhood myself for 10 years now with my wife Adina, and no one is doing anything for that community except her. I mean, like I see what I see every day, and I see stuff happening everywhere, but not there.
Look, I get it too. That's why I
I understand.
I voted to support it, but I you know.
I'm trying to explain to you guys that the board, I've been at the meetings myself, and
I know,
it's
but I
disgusting.
also
You shouldn't be
dismantle the whole process if I tell him he, you know.
He's alone.
All right.
It's not, he has,
Yep.
that's why I
Yep.
said
Yep.
he
Yep.
has to get all. I'm just saying that then go have the conversation in front of the community board. This is not the place to have this conversation. You have all of September, there are going to be 2 meetings where you can figure it out, and there will be 50 members voting on the community board, and then we can come back here again in October.
Can I ask a question? I'm just.
Sure,
as a
but
member-
that is the last, we
No
have to keep
problem.
moving forward.
My name is Monique Menes. I am a community board member. I am also a member of the FLP subcommittee for Community Board 2.
Mhm.
And my question to this board is, if we convene and meet with the parties again, myself and my community board, which I trusted very much, and we do not come to a resolve by our final meeting, what would then be the resolve?
Then you come back with what you want, and they'll come back with their letter, and we'll talk about it at that point.
Thank you.
So,
You just need to get to the end of the process. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying?
I do.
And that's all. So that's it.
October
I-
18th.
One more thing, Ralph Acevedo actually wrote a letter to SLA because Boogie Down Grind, which is our other entity, was supplying a permitting permit to, excuse me? Catering permit to Bronxlandia. He wrote the SLA saying that we were trying to circumnavigate actually getting a full license, which was not true, because you'd already had our 30-day notice.
You're entitled to it, so.
No, well, why they refused to let us do it. Sharif wrote back and said, you know, looks like you're trying to not do it. And then when we foiled all the letters, we found Ralph's note saying, you know, they shouldn't do this.
Okay, if you think that you're entitled to it, you can apply again.
Still
We
apply.
can still apply.
You can still
So that
apply.
was the letter that.
I mean, you have the right to apply, and that doesn't mean you're gonna get approved.
Yeah, you have the right to apply for
So he had the
1-day
right to
catering
lie
permit.
about us.
He had the right to respond.
circumnavigating.
No, you have the right to apply, and we can talk about it. And it will be based on, you know, whatever documents we have on file, and we have a change of staff as well, so.
Say what?
We have a change of executives here. People making decisions are different. So maybe you get a different result, but you have to apply, and I cannot promise you that you get it. Okay?
All right.
Can I have a point of clarity?
It's October. We've already voted.
Yeah, we
It's
already
it's
voted. You got
voted
what
to
you
adjourn
wanted.
to October
That's it.
18th.
Thank you. I
Yeah, all
appreciate
right.
all of you.
Thank
I
you.
understand where you're coming from. I get it.
Yep.
Thank you for your time, and
Yep.
thank you for allowing the community board to speak. Thank you.
All right. Next item is 876, Theta 121 Corp.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo, and I have with me Dearmid Joy.
I'm Abigail Dowd.
And I believe there's opposition, so I'm going to step aside.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, we're Francis Curtis and Susan Cole from Community Board 1. I'm the chair of the licensing committee, and Francis is my co-chair.
I just saw you yesterday.
You certainly did. So do you want me, how do you want us to do
So
this?
you're at 12 Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
Yes. And the reason, so for those of you who may not know us, Community Board 1 is really a very, we are neighborhood people, and we feel very strongly that we want businesses and we want to negotiate. And this is the first time we've been here in, I think, about 5 years. We really try to come to terms. And 4 a.m., which they're asking for, is just too much. And the neighborhood has 12 places that within that area, within the 500 scope. There are a number that are open till I think there's 1 or 2 that are open till midnight. The rest close earlier. The neighborhood has increased tremendously in population. I think it's up to 75, 80,000 people now. And what we can't control with those 4 a.m. Hours is what happens in the street afterward, the smoking, the drunkenness, all kinds of things. And what we're also willing to do is always say, come back. We won't do 4 a.m. anymore, but come back and we'll review it after a year. These people, I'm sure they're very responsible, but we have no track record with them. And so we feel what we're asking for is very reasonable, and that they won't lose money, and that there are people, the letters that were submitted, Frances, God bless her, we read them over, and they're from the surrounding neighborhood, but there are places that are open, and many of them were just asking for a place to be open till 10. So we feel we've been very responsive, and we're asking you to agree with us.
They're new owners in the neighborhood, and excuse me, they're new owners in the neighborhood. And the other concern that we have is the fact that we have a large influx, or a large community of students. And since they're new to our since the establishment owners are new to our neighborhood, we don't know them as good neighbors yet, and we're concerned about how they're going to deal with the NYU and the PACE students there, and having it open until 4 o'clock in the morning. It's not something we look forward to.
And they're a large venue. Remember, they would have to meet our stipulations. They can have, I believe, up to 270 people. And
Right.
that's a
They're
lot in
going
that
into where
neighborhood.
Ainsworth is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Or was?
yeah, that's exactly right. And we knew Ainsworth. We don't know them. And we don't think we're being unreasonable.
No, we just.
Fair enough.
We want to make sure that they're good neighbors, and we're giving them a reasonable amount of time, and told them that after a certain period of time, you can come,
But it
after
won't be
we-
4 a.m.
Right. You live with 1 a.m. across the board?
Would we after, oh, sure. I mean, not on Sundays. We have a whole response, but we would be willing on Fridays and Saturdays till 2 a.m. if they're good neighbors, but we don't know that yet.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay?
Hi, folks. We've had the lease here for a year. We burned down a year of our lease. We went and waited for the 500-foot ALJ to make their decision. They made their decision. They said that there was voluminous reports in our favor. This would be my 7th bar, south of 14th Street in Manhattan. 5 south of 14th Street in Manhattan. We have one on 33rd Street and one in Williamsburg.
You have to speak up a little. I cannot hear
This is
you
Abby's
at all.
first bar. Myself and my wife is a community board member, Community Board 3 for 14 years. She couldn't be here today. She's in Ireland at the moment with the kids. We've run.
You really have to speak up because I can't hear you.
I'm looking at do not touch the microphone. I was afraid to touch the microphone. I didn't realize I had to lean forward. My wife and I have been running bars. This is my 30th year serving alcohol south of 14th Street until 4 a.m. in Manhattan. I completely understand the position of the community board that they don't know us, but I think that we have a track record. I have a track record, my wife has a track record, and our other partners have track records with you guys. We have, as I say, we have 6 active licenses with you. What I have noticed on Fulton Street, between Nassau and William, where the bar is located, since I've been doing the work for the last 12 weeks, there's a tremendous homeless problem on that block. There's a homeless center on the block. There's a 7-Eleven, a Burger King, a Popeyes. There's lots of, you're capable of going into a 7-Eleven 4 doors down from us and buying a beer until 4 a.m. 7 days a week and drinking it outside of that 7-Eleven. And I haven't seen any community board involvement in trying to deal with that problem. I plan to deal with the problem when we open up our doors. The safest way I see us being able to maintain the decorum on the block is to allow us to do what we normally do, which is open at 11 a.m. in the morning and go till 4 a.m. and run the bar properly. Frank, is there anything you need to add?
No, you did great. Abby doesn't want to speak, so we're not going to let her speak. This is an extraordinary case, and don't touch the microphone. An extraordinary case in as much as I do a lot of work with this community board. They're lovely people. But the bottom line is you cannot apply a cookie cutter approach from everything south of Canal Street and say no 4 a.m. Not a single resident or neighbor, Commissioner Pam, not a single neighbor or resident appeared at the community board meeting to oppose this application. Not at the subcommittee meeting, not at the full board meeting. No one has indicated they don't want this place at the premises. These people are stellar operators with impeccable records with the state liquor authority. I believe 1 disciplinary charge in their 30 years of operation. The bottom line is it has always been this board's position to reward good operators. This is a good operator. The community board saying they don't know us, but it doesn't matter, you're never getting 4 a.m., isn't practical. The ALJ ruled in favor of this, I'm sorry, I'll wait. The ALJ ruled in favor of this applicant finding public interest. I asked that the members grant my client a deserved 4 a.m. closing.
So,
Community board again.
look, I think that I understand what you're saying. I think you do have to take into consideration that they have other bars that have no complaints and no real disciplinary history, so they are presumably good operators.
Not presumably.
Look,
they're good operators. We can all agree to that.
We're not saying never. What we are saying is that it is, our neighborhood has been inundated. And we have lots of people, notwithstanding a homeless having a beer, but we have lots of people after these large venues that come out and are like marauders in the street. We're not, we think we've been very reasonable, but 4 a.m. in a neighborhood where there are many more people than there used to be. It's not 14th Street, although I don't know where they are on 14th Street. But 4 a.m. is just unreasonable for us. It really is.
No. How close is this location to the seaport? or
Seaport?
between,
Two blocks from Broadway, the
yeah.
transit center, and then it's about 8 blocks over to Seaport.
This is
yeah,
more
I kind of know the area. How close to Broadway? How close to the?
2 blocks from Broadway. So it
2
goes
blocks.
Broadway,
Yeah, I know.
then NASA.
And
then
it's got 2 new, huge apartment buildings going up, one that's.
full of our customers.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I gotta speak.
Yeah.
But the key is not the neighborhood, it's the block.
I'm gonna land on a compromise. I'm gonna.
No,
vote
let's not
for-
compromise.
Yep, I'm gonna vote for 2 AM
Madam Chair, can I
across
just-
the board.
Can you say one thing?
Can I just
Oh,
can I
that's
just say
it.
something?
You're very lucky. You shouldn't.
Madam Chair, this is something that does come up in these meetings a lot. If you make everybody walk, if she's concerned about the size of the venue and the amount of people that are in there, if you make everybody leave at a certain time, you're gonna have a lot more of a problem. If we have 4 o'clock closing, you know everybody doesn't leave at 4 o'clock, right? Some people leave at midnight, some people leave at 1.
12 and 1, so that they're all leaving at 12 o'clock. Though that's your option. So,
Yeah, please no side conversations.
Yes.
All right, no side snipes.
Sorry.
And
The homeless shelter that's on the block, people can literally go into 7-Eleven. They can buy their drink, they can buy their beer. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they can sit outside with brown bags
bring up the
and wait for
homeless
the
right now.
breakfast.
That's not really appropriate, and again.
The point is that a well-lit storefront would discourage that, which is what we're trying to, the storefront's been vacant for 2 years.
It's neither here nor there.
We could do 3 AM Thursday, Friday, and Saturday if we will, to go that far.
No, but I have about 15 to 20 letters of support, and nobody is asking for 4 AM. They're saying
Okay,
that,
all right.
we're in the
Please,
neighborhood,
sir.
and I think about 10
Sir.
o'clock-
All right, stop.
10 o'clock, there's no place to go. So there are like 12 or 15 other establishments in the area and the Seaport where people can go after 10 o'clock. There's one open until, well, they have a license to open till 4, but most of them close earlier.
Any on the way to the subway?
All right, I believe the members are ready to vote.
Stop.
I believe the members are ready to vote.
We've submitted over 100 signatures in support of these hours of residents of this neighborhood.
All right, so if the chair,
Yes, but
if
they're-
the, ma'am, please.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, chair.
May I say? I'm sorry. Stop. I'll get up on my own.
Okay.
You've never had a little violence in here.
I just got here, I don't know.
Be careful.
But I certainly don't want any.
That's okay. That happens to me as
Getting
well.
old, Frank. I'm all right. I just want to say one other, thank you very much.
You want me to push Frank?
Geriatric fighting, sorry. I'm very sorry.
I'm fine, and it's not a big deal. What I think I just want to say is that we work very hard at this, and our
No, I know.
community knows us. And the one thing I want to counter with Frank is that they know who we protect and what we try to do. And that's why we have plenty of times where it's very contentious, but on this one, we didn't, all right? And so, and
No
the
one- no one
letters that I
opposed it.
brought in support of them really don't discuss the hours that we are concerned about. So
Yeah, I
thank
know.
you.
All the letters are, I read them all, and they all say we need a restaurant. It does not say we need another bar.
The hours are on the petitions.
I'm gonna
There's a
do,
petition of support that does indicate.
Those have the hours.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do,
Reward a good operator, please.
that's already rewarding you, because she wanted 12 and 1. I'm gonna do 2 AM across the board, recorded music.
Right
DJ,
outside.
no promoters. Four private events?
How many private events?
How many did you apply for? I see only,
It says 4, but in reality,
Yeah,
we're
it says-
never going to close down the place for any. I mean,
okay, so
3 or
no
4.
private events, no third-party promoters. You can come back in a year.
Thank
We
you.
have 3 o'clock on Friday and Saturday.
No.
No, you have 2 AM.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
Be back in a year.
Yep.
All right. So next is 897 EV Junior LLC. Few people fall this year. Few people. I work here for both of them.
Maybe it's just a trip.
It is you. All right.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of EVJR LLC. I have with me the applicant. We have some opposition here as well.
Okay.
I'd like to hear from them
Let the
first.
opposition go first.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan and Commissioner DeLeon. I didn't get to say that earlier, so I'll say that now. We're here on this application, as it seems, because of the length of time it takes the authority to review applications and the availability of temp licenses. And this is a previously unlicensed location. It was 2 residential apartments about 10 years ago, and then it was a clothing store, and now the application that's before you now. We had reviewed this application with an OP in mind, because I don't, even while we wasn't the application before us, we're okay with an on-premise license, but it would take too long going through this process. And I don't know what the circumstances of the applicant as far as is the time to open, but our issue with this application is we struggle to understand how the business is going to operate for the majority of the day from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is 63 hours a week. There's no supporting materials were presented indicating a breakfast or lunch business. The menu doesn't support it. There's minimal food prep area, doesn't seem to support it. There's already a bagel place in the building, a head shop or a smoke shop, and the principal's family business, which is his family business is why we are okay with the application in principle, just not some of the issues which are specifically the hours of operation that they had wanted. There was a typo in our resolution. We are okay with midnight and 1 a.m. And I want to talk about this area right around the corner from here. There are several full on-premise bar licenses that are open till 4 a.m. In this particular area in the northern part of Little Italy, we experienced a high level in the past of applications here that started off with beer and wine licenses and became later night bars. And because they have approved later hours of operations, there's no way to address those problems because the hours lend themselves to the quality of life impact. So here we felt that without sort of an understanding of the daytime business, which was presented to us, that we would be okay with the midnight and 1 closing. And another issue that I just mentioned because it has come up for a lot of discussion at our board is that Community Board 2 is generally not comfortable with dress codes at businesses because they're often used in a discriminatory manner. We're not suggesting that's the case here, but as a whole, the board has, I think maybe even sent a letter into the authority with respect to that, but there have been some issues on that. It may be legal to do that, but there have just been issues with respect to the dress code. So our main issue here is we don't know what's going on during the day. The menu that you have before you in no way, shape, or form reflects any breakfast or lunch business. You can get a beer at 8 in the morning around the corner. There's a bar that is opened at all times. So our issue here is that this is on Mott Street. It's a quiet residential street. We'd like to see this begin at with hours of midnight and 1, see how things go, and have them an opportunity if they come back later for a full liquor license that we can address that. Then, if their later hours are okay, even though that's not the application before you, this is how we have ended up in this area with so many late night operations that have an impact on the local community. Thanks.
And John Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2's SLA Committee. So everything that Carter said, I just want to say, the hours again of 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, along with the other things that they laid out as the parameters for the way they were operating, with no DJs, no dancing, no promoters, security 5 to close, no outdoors, they can return for that, and the music is just background all the time, and 10 to 20 private parties a year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
What's the dress code?
So I'll clarify that. When my client was asked what the vision is for the place, what the concept is, he said he loves the 1920s era. And he wanted to bring back a time where people actually dressed up a little bit and went out at night. Because too many people come into the restaurant wearing shorts and a t-shirt and a backwards hat. And he wanted to bring back a place where people could feel like they could dress up a little bit and go and not be in the same everyday environment. So it was trying to create a little wine bar concept here that was from a different time. So there's no dress code like you're not allowed in if you're not wearing a tuxedo, but it was just, that's the vision, that's the idea for the place, is that we wanted people to kind of.
It's like 1920s.
Exactly. Gatsby style, you know.
And the bar, it's called what?
D'Amelio.
Okay.
So small space around the corner. The community board laid this out pretty well. The way our conversation went at the board, we got tons of support. Just to touch on the hours issue, the idea here always has been, we wanted to create a place where people who go to his family restaurant right on the corner could go for a drink after dinner, because there really isn't a place that they can go after dinner and have that nice glass of wine or a nice glass of champagne, something like that. And something that was somewhat thematic, although a bit different. So the idea was always to have those later night hours, which was what was important, because
It's
that's
on the corner as in it's 2 doors down, or it's on the corner as in
Correct.
the other side of the street?
same side of the street.
Same side of the street?
Correct. Just off of Houston.
Just the restaurant is on Houston?
Right in the corner.
Okay,
East
got
Houston,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
And when he was doing his petitioning in the neighborhood, meeting people, getting letters of support, and I provided a lot of those for you, so you can see there was support really on the block, and he lives right upstairs above this place, by the way. What he heard from a lot of people was a lot of people were upset there was a little coffee shop or cafe down the block that was there forever and went out of business. And that's what spurred the idea about, you know what? Let's do something in the morning too. If people are craving that activation, maybe there's a way we can serve some espresso, some coffee, and some breakfast there. He's been trying that. As I mentioned in my papers, they've had a temp since February. They've been operating since February. The breakfast thing is not working. They gave it a good shot. It's not working. So they're shutting that part of it down. If this is a forum where we can address that, we're happy to. We don't need to be open all day long, but you guys know the licenses you issue don't say, 8 to 12 and then 5 to whenever.
So what time do you want to close? I think that's the only thing that's in dispute here.
So 2 a.m. is what we've been operating with for the last 6 months-ish, 5 months, with no complaints, no issues, no problems. It's very quiet, recorded background music, small space. And again, he's the closest resident to this, living directly upstairs. We believe we've been doing that responsibly for the last 5 or 6 months, and we'd like to continue doing that.
I need a little clarification on the personal statement. It's checked off that there has been no conviction, and then underneath it says certificate of disposition attached, but I don't see a certificate of disposition, so I have no idea what the conviction is for.
Interesting. So then it was a typo in the one box, but it would have been submitted in the package.
Does anybody, I don't have.
Wait, which one? I'm sorry.
This is 897.
897, and you're concerned with the
If we checked that there was one, then we would have had one
It's
that was
actually
attached.
handwritten underneath.
That it was attached?
Above it's checked, no conviction. And then underneath it says certificate of disposition attached.
Been arrested.
So.
Disposition, right? Yes. Okay. So then it would have been submitted, and if it's not submitted, if you don't have it, we certainly have a copy of it. I'm happy to forward along.
Yes, there was a conviction and there was
It would have been a wrong bubble checked, but yes, attached.
Okay.
And it could have gotten lost in the scanning somewhere, I suppose.
Without having it attached and without knowing more, I don't know if it's a disqualifying conviction.
It would not be.
I would
and-
imagine it wouldn't be if it was actually attached.
Yeah, we always
right?
put it in
Because
our
then
papers.
It would never get to this stage. If it
Sure.
was actually attached.
Licensing.
It's in the system, I believe.
Oh, okay. And so we're good, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All
If
right,
you need
I just-
another copy, I'm happy to.
They were dismissed. that correct?
One or two?
Yeah. So the charge was dismissed.
Charge was dismissed.
The charge was dismissed,
Oh,
so that's
okay.
why.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, good, thank you.
Yep.
This is, I'm just trying to, the busy guy.
Dismissed or certificate of relief, different things.
Yeah, it's dismissed. That's why we check not conviction, but yes, certificate included.
Comfortable with two if you want. Comfortable with two if you want. I'm fine.
All right. Since this is a tavern wine application, our standard is slightly different, as you guys know. And so, given that the location it's next to what I see is a restaurant that closes relatively early. Given that he lives right there, I'm going to vote for 2 a.m. across the board.
I concur with the chair.
Background recorded music only, no outdoor service, no dancing, no DJ, no live music, no promoters, no performances, no cover fee, no valet ropes, no lines outside.
Great.
And Commissioner, you were okay with all that? Yes.
Concur.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Approve it to you.
Thank you, thank you.
Next is 935B, 435 Operations, MTK LLC. 935B.
Joseph Levy here again, 435 Operations MTK LLC. The application before you is an alteration application. This was a license that was granted in the springtime this year. Unfortunately, the night before Memorial Day weekend, the barn structure and the space burnt to the ground. My client's here, Peter Castellano, primary principal on the application. They've been trying to work with the town to figure out a way that they can move forward and capture some of this season, keep people's jobs, things like that. We've come up with a couple of ways here and there. I believe the reason that this is before you more than any other is there was a communication from the town into the state that there haven't been conversations and there haven't been approvals, and that's just not accurate. When I was not in those meetings personally, but I was able to get an attorney affirmation, and this came in after the deadline, so couldn't send it in. I'm happy to provide it
I'll
to you
see
now.
it. I'll look at it, please.
These are from local council who were in these meetings, town supervisor, town executive. I have a couple copies here indicating exactly what was discussed and what is allowed and as of right and for code.
Don't take it for the record.
Just give me 1 minute.
It's also worth noting before you even read that previous to this happening, this establishment has been licensed for many years previously. There was a stipulation of operation that was entered into previously with the state, with the town, and those all indicated exactly what the operating stipulations are that are before you here, but I'll give you a moment with those.
I haven't gotten completely through this, but is this attorney's affirmation that the structure complies with the town regulations?
It's an affirmation from an attorney who is his local counsel who does zoning and land use work out there, indicating that the tent
Do you
that's,
have anything from the town itself?
I don't.
And why is that?
It's very, very tricky to get anything from them. You'll see that basically the substance of the underlying alteration application here is to maintain the same exact occupancy, same exact seat count, same exact orientation. The difference is just the internal part of the structure, which is only part of the licensed premise. Instead of an old wooden barn, it's a tent. It's a bigger tent than the tent that had been there. It's a tent that had been approved prior stipulations with the authority and East Hampton. And what's indicated in that affirmation is that tent use, while the permit is sort of a formality because it's as of right to have a tent in that
I'm
space.
sorry, did you just say that this tent was previously approved?
There is a tent in this exact position that was previously approved and signed off on these plans.
And is the tent in your pictures or this is actually the structure? What is this? This is not the tent.
That was the structure before it burned down.
Oh, okay. Do you have a picture of the tent?
Sure.
Is that glass?
No, it's plastic.
It's plastic panels?
Completely open on the sides, right?
It can be enclosed.
Oh, but it can be, okay, like flats. Yeah.
I mean,
Mr. Levy, what's the bathroom situation going to be?
We'll address bathrooms. Yeah. I'll let my client address the bathroom situation because he's the one that's made the accommodations.
it's okay. Answer to him. You
Yeah.
talk in the mic. That's
Mike,
okay.
he's asking the
Just so
question.
they can hear
We
you.
have one handicapped ADA compliant bathroom, and then we have a bathroom trailer with, I believe it's 4 stalls for women and 2 urinals, 2 stalls for men. And there's also on-site staff housing, hotels, and everything that the staff uses for the bathroom.
One other question, Mr. Levy. If I recall correctly, last year, there was a temp issued at that location. And because of the fact that the occupancy level was not known at that time, I believe it was then Commissioner Fan and Vincent Bradley put some restrictions on the occupancy level. And as a result of being in violation of that, the ST was canceled. Do you know now what the occupancy level is for the establishment?
Sure. This was before my time, but Peter knows for sure.
Yeah, so previous to burning down, what was interior occupancy is very easy to define with it's a simple structure. Exterior occupancy has always been a tricky thing to define in the town of East Hampton. So what we did is when we had met with the town earlier, we had a tent occupancy certified, and we also had a general grounds occupancy certified. They cited a plumbing code, and they gave us something like 350 people exterior, and then 91 people interior. We haven't even came near those numbers. So.
Thank you.
Well, with your tent, how do you define out exterior and interior?
So the tent was, our existing tent was certified for 95 patrons under the tented area, which I don't think fit. I think it's tight, but, and then the exterior of the premises was not a defined occupancy. It's kind of because the property is shared a bit with marina, hotel guests and whatnot.
All right, let's just confer on that
Yes,
document because we should try to get a copy to Mike. Do you have this document electronically?
Yes.
Or Jonathan can scan it. And
Do you want me to
it
send it
that
to
way.
Mike?
No, just forward it, send it to me and then I can forward it to him.
Okay.
Or you can send it to Michael and Morado as well.
Okay.
Yep.
No problem.
All right, we're gonna go on a
We're just gonna take a couple of minutes because we have to review a legal document.
conference with council, so we're gonna go off the record shortly. I got that. I got a copy. Thanks. All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council.
So talk to us about what the fire department has or has not said.
Okay. About this specifically, they said, fire department is still processing paperwork from our fire. They're a small town, and I think they got caught off guard a little bit that they approved me to open and we burned down 5 hours later. So they're sending remedies for a building that doesn't exist anymore, is where the fire department is, okay? As far as on this property, the fire department has told us repeatedly that there's a tent on our existing site plan, okay? We don't need permission to resurrect the tent. Yeah, hold it a little.
You can pull it down a little bit if you
Yeah,
want.
so fire department's a bit confused out there in general, in that particular town. And I've been bending over backwards to work with them. And they constantly ask A, B, C, D, can you do this, 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 this? And we do it, and we do it, and we do it. They make appointments to check on things and inspect things and don't show up when I'm waiting with council, resulting in me having to some point, they've been picking on us a bit in a way that I don't know how to make everyone happy. You know, one supervisor says an occupancy is one thing, a local fire marshal says an occupancy is another thing. You're getting violations written weeks after it happened. Sorry.
Okay.
So on this, they basically said tent permit, there's nothing to check in a tent. I'm waiting to hear communication. I have an existing tent
Yeah,
on there.
but we are also concerned about issuing a permanent license to a tent. I think there are some safety concerns here that we want to continue to explore. Mike is trying to check on something, so you can sit down and wait.
Just a follow-up question to what you stated earlier, sir. Is it your understanding that you don't require a tent permit? Is that my understanding?
So we've had a tent on this site plan. We've had a tent on this site plan forever. It's on the property's actual site plan, okay? The town is the one who recommended, why don't you submit to my council, why don't you submit a new tent permit, and we can work with that as our way of approving you for this season. Yes, sir, that's done. And then the very same tent permit that I'm issuing is used, I feel, against me to deny me of something that I had the right to do that was already on the site plan. And there's exit signs, fire extinguishers. Good.
So your application was in essence denied then, is that what you're telling us?
No, our tent application has not been denied, no. We did
Oh,
not
so it's been
receive-
approved?
I'm waiting for council.
I'm sorry?
I did not receive confirmation back from the fire marshal on the tent covering. I submitted all the paperwork, but
I
council's
understand
also.
that, but I'm asking you whether or not it was your permit approved. Did you receive an approval or denial? Or if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
It appears to be pending. It appears to be pending, and the reason I wanted to get you, obviously, I'd love to have something from the town, which I don't, which is why I got the affirmation from the attorney who was in the room for the discussions, who mentions the tent permit indicating, and it's also on the operational stipulations that were signed with the authority and the town of East Hampton, I believe, last year.
Correct.
As an approved method of operation for the space. And again, there's an approved liquor license actually here already. We're just trying to alter it slightly to account for the unfortunate fire that happened. Your question,
It's not
Mike.
that, it's that you were supposed to have a building and now there is no building there and now it's just a tent.
It's not just a tent,
And-
there's kitchen, there's mobile, everything.
Yeah, I mean, point taken. that
It's
Yeah,
a
Mr. Levy, will you-
semi-permanent commercial tent is not, it just,
Well, I mean, to be fair, there is precedent for issuing licenses for fully outdoor spaces. I've
yeah,
gotten
but
them
that's
before.
different from a covered tent that has plastic on top when it's gonna be rowdy people. I think that your previous tent was approved, perhaps with the idea that the majority of the bodies are inside the wooden structure and not underneath the tent, to the extent that now the whole event is.
Town approved the larger capacity for the tent than the indoor structure.
Yeah, the indoor structure was the smallest grouping of people of all parts on the property.
The town approved on the stipulation on record, 91 inside, 95 under the tent.
Yeah.
Mr. Levy, for the June 30th event, did you have the tent up? Was the tent up for the June 30th event?
I have no idea. June 30th was the tent up, is that the question?
You weren't even
Yes,
operating.
yeah.
You weren't operating?
No.
It wasn't operating June 30th.
Okay, and are you familiar with a temporary building permit for long use of the tents in East Hampton? Has anyone explained that to you as to obtaining a temporary building permit for long-term use of a tent?
That's not, no one's explained that, nor did the town explain that.
The answer's no over here.
Okay, thank you.
What's the longer term plan? I mean, you're gonna build a building again when the season is over?
Yes.
Absolutely, positively. I'm just trying to get these people, keep them working. On the catering permits, we haven't even gone past, like, I don't know, when the sun goes down, we shut the music and go home. You know, it's not. Can they do it seasonal? Doesn't have to.
Yeah, but what about, yeah, sorry. Which is what?
Permit for the tent long term is not a real thing. The tent is different.
What time do you have to close with the permits?
The catering permits, I believe they say.
Yeah, they're all till I think they close at midnight and we end a lot earlier than that. It's mostly a daytime activation. It's not a nightlife place. You're not getting noise complaints here. This is very much a daytime place.
To the extent that you're gonna build a building here, I would be more comfortable if you just continue with the catering permits. I mean, that's the best I can do.
Would you authorize catering permits for every, date that we're
So you
gonna
have
need
to
for the
apply
rest?
for them first.
We can apply for them, but
Yeah.
it's more than
I will.
typically is allotted. So
I
you'll approve
understand.
them for the rest of the season?
I mean,
Okay,
I want you to operate, I just don't want to license a tent. But, you have to
Yeah,
understand that, like, we have
Understood.
safety concerns and,
so we'll do catering.
to the extent that there is conflicting information from the town right now, what I have on record is actually saying no. And so, that's the best I can do here. Is that okay? And I will, you apply for them and we'll,
And just a question, if I might, when the season's over and we build this new structure, what would you like me to do from a
I'm
licensing
trying to
perspective?
think what's
Another
the best thing
alteration?
here. Do you want me to kick,
If it's gonna be the same exact footprint, same everything, do I need to do
to
anything?
going back to that one?
That's what we would do. That's what we build in the off season. And we have that license active right now. And should we put that license in safekeeping then? Is that the idea? If we can't technically use it?
Yeah, right, they have to put that in safekeeping. And I denied this, and then they will have to file another alteration when they're ready to
If it's the
go.
exact same footprint, if they read
Oh, and then you
it's
can
all
get
said
that
and
back.
done.
Oh, then there's no alteration.
Okay, so there's no alteration. I'll just send you guys a letter, let you know, and photos. And last thing, I'm sorry to make this complicated. I'm just trying to figure this out. A large portion of the licensed premise that's currently on file is the same as it always was. Is there a scenario where we utilize that space and we can file for catering permits for the separate tented area, or does that make this more complicated? I'm trying to make it easier, not more complicated.
I can follow. Say that again?
Sure. So the license that's currently active for the space has an outdoor area, has a tented area, and then has this barn.
3 separate spots.
Correct. All on the same license premise. The barn is burned down. Obviously, the outdoors didn't burn down, and the tent is put put back up. So I guess my question is, in an attempt to maybe make this easier and not bury you in catering permit applications, can they use the area that is not burnt down that's on the licensed premise?
Yeah, but then you can't use this tent.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. If there's, for example, if there's, a small group of people, they want to do a small event or something like that, rather than file a catering permit just to say we filed it, maybe there's no need for it, if that's possible, or is that complicating this and you'd rather
No
we
need
just
for the
file?
permit?
Correct. If it's
If you
not,
guys are, I mean, if your license is in safekeeping.
well, if we put the license in safekeeping, of course.
Yeah.
Then we would, okay, so that's what we'd like to do?
But now, no, wait. Yeah, I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, where's the food coming from?
So there's a mobile kitchen that they've brought in there
So
to
it's
service
not
the food.
exactly what was there.
Well, it's
But I
a
think
mobile
that
kitchen in the same space, but I'm just trying to make this easier, but perhaps
It's
I'm
not
making it
gonna
more
be
complicated.
easier. I think that there are more potential for violation against your.
Fine.
Yours better off with.
Catering permits this season, and then we'll
Safekeeping
keep you
and
posted moving forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is denied?
Yes,
Yes,
this is denied.
Commissioner.
I'm gonna vote to deny.
Concur with you, Chair.
But put it in safekeeping and then you can just get that one back if
Yeah, correct.
you build it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was that? Yeah, that's right now. Okay.
All right.
Next is 929 ATS Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo, with my client.
Tom Staunton.
Hi, how are you?
It's an offer before you.
One bottom five. You have a kid, you're serving food now?
Yes.
I'll accept 1,500.
Commissioner?
I saw the health reports on this, and
I'm sorry?
I saw the health reports on this, and they were pretty severe.
We've been punished by the health department, paid our penalty there also.
Yeah, I just don't know that based on what I read, I don't know that 1,500 is enough for me.
In addition to what we paid the health department,
What did you pay the health department?
the fines. 2,500. And now we're up at 4,000.
I'd go 2,500 here.
Chair?
This is the one.
All right. How about 2,000?
I'll go 2,000. I'll go 2,000.
All right. Well, this
Thank you.
is denied and counter offer 2,000.
We accept the counter offer.
You're going to accept it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is 933 Ruby King Inc.
933.
Sand Park representative, Ruby King INC. And this is mentioned the last time.
Okay. Okay.
If you
What
could-
happened to the mail manager who was in the application?
The Brian.
I don't know what he
So
was.
he was just the staff manager.
He was just a what?
Staff manager.
Staff manager as opposed to,
Chairman employees.
I'm sorry, what does he say?
She was saying the staff managers, and they just training the employee.
Oh,
waiter,
she was
waitress.
just temporary
Yeah, temporary,
managing?
and then
He's now not the manager?
No.
So like as we just started, I didn't title everybody who doing any job, but she is now.
Do I have a personal questionnaire on her?
No, I don't submit it yet, so I can submit it after this, and I can submit it all the information, Mrs.
So
Dot.
are you telling me that he's no longer involved in the business?
He is.
He is involved in the
Still,
business,
yes,
but I
but-
asked you to bring him because
So,
I had questions for him
the
about
reason-
his prior.
Right. The reason why I didn't bring him today, last time I spoke to him about his bad history, I asked him why he didn't tell me anything about it. And I thought that was the reason why last time it didn't get approved. And he was really mad about me because he told me after he quit the store that before.
He used to
So
work.
he quit a year after the store and he have like violations, but it shouldn't be under his name. Cause
Right,
he
you mean
quit.
you mean that the bad behavior happened after he had left that
Yes.
business?
So he quit the business on January and he
Okay.
come help me. Everything happened to that business was October, I think, right?
Yes.
I think October, almost a year. But it shouldn't be under his history.
But how come we're not hearing
But
this
he-
from him? How come we're not hearing this from him?
I don't know.
Like, why isn't he here?
Exactly.
So
He
there's
has
a
a
little,
own business in the
He has-
daytime.
yeah.
He had a wholesale business at the daytimes.
and he was a little bit mad
Yeah.
about me for I was blaming on him for everything that
Oh.
he done. And he helped me so much.
You're not blaming him. We're blaming him, and we
I know,
wanted
because
him
I
here
was
to
Point
explain.
is that
I was
you don't
really
have
mad
enough
about him.
experience and he's the one with the experience, but then he has potentially a bad record.
Yeah.
But,
He helped me to train all the employees. So
and what is
fine.
this license for?
That's for
The
security
security
guard
That's
license.
a full-time security guard that you're hiring?
Yes.
And your cameras are only in the public places, is not in the
No, in the
carrier?
Public
room.
and the inside in the rooms.
Inside the room.
Yes.
Oh, these are inside the room?
Yes.
Yeah.
Inside the room and the hallway, cashier register, the bar, and everything outside.
Okay.
Do you have the name of the security guard firm that you're hiring? Did you retain a security guard? Did you retain a security guard firm?
No, Mike, there's retaining an individual full-time, and I have an approved license here from the Department of State. Has his name and,
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if the licensee has a proprietary license to hire
No.
security guards.
Right now, so that's what I have right now. So I can ask for the license, so I can submit it with the.
that's not his point. His point is that you have to have certain approvals to even hire your own security guard, right? That's what you're saying, Mike?
That's correct. It's called a proprietary license, and it also requires insurance as well. Are you aware of that, Mr. Park?
That was no, I'm not sure that. I'm not aware of that. We have only that's the only one security guard at the license.
So who is going to be the manager?
She's Mrs. Dai, and she's enjoying this year's for May.
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 Okay.
And then
And what's your experience?
你的经验，就是你以前的经验有没有这方面的经验？
有，在中国做了4年。
She used to have her own store in China for 10 years for KTVs, bars.
So you run your own KTV in China?
在中国是自己开的。
对。
Yes.
And how long have you been here?
在in US.
Yeah.
在美
Yes,
国
in the
上面13 years.
And have you operated bars in the US?
你在美国有没有开过 bar 这些
没有。
？No.
So what have you been doing in the past 13 years?
你13年都在干什么
？SPA.
Spa. How do you know her? Yeah, how do you know
你怎么
her?
认识我的？
我们是在一个聚会上认识的。
I know her in the party, so through friend.
In a party.
Yeah, but But she doesn't have any experience either.
Me, myself,
Yeah, no, your manager.
she told me that she have her own KTVs in China.
I know, but that's a different population
But
than
I
the one that
think-
you're trying to bring in as customers, right? I'm just
Right,
concerned.
but
Look, every single karaoke bar ends up back in here with ketamine on the tables in the
Right,
private
so
rooms.
I have something to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I like her, because I know like what is happening outside for other KTVs. I don't think I should hire someone that very well experiences. I think it will just happen again and again. So I like her. I think I trust her to help me with it. So I don't think for this experience is that much importance. It's just the personality that I believe.
Okay. Look, you're gonna be staying in Queens, right? Like you're not going back to Massachusetts,
No,
right?
no. I moved
You're
here.
gonna be at this place.
Yes, my childs are here.
What'd you say?
My childs are here.
Your
My kids.
My
My
children,
kids.
yeah.
Your children are here.
I live here like forever.
Okay. Okay. You're not happy?
I don't feel good about it. I would have to vote to deny. Exactly.
All right, are the members ready to vote?
Yep.
All right. Chair?
What has happened? I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank
And the
you.
commissioner.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to vote to approve. I just don't feel that, well, you have no experience, and I don't feel that the person you've proposed as
The
manager.
experiences in this is just that
I'm
not
sorry.
much important.
I'm sorry. I just don't feel that there's enough experience in totality being presented here. I'm uncomfortable with it, and that's why I'm voting to deny.
So I'm sorry, it's been denied
All right.
due to a split vote.
So, so as I said, I don't have like only one manager. Would that help?
I know, you can try to ask for reconsideration. He will help you, and you can maybe come back with the real manager
That we
who.
know.
But she's helping me a lot. So do you
I
want
know,
me
but
to-
she doesn't have any experience here managing a place like this, and that's
I
what the
do.
commissioner is concerned about.
I run my own restaurant before.
And we have, and sorry, it's been denied. We do have a process. You can request reconsideration and give us more detail, your experience, the other manager, what he's doing, what she
Do-
plans on doing.
Do you
That
think
would
that-
be very helpful.
Do you think next time I can come one more time to bring them
I'll put in
Brian
the
or?
reconciliation and maybe I try to come with Mr. Brian, Mr. Lu.
Yeah,
share
I
with
think
them.
so. I
Yeah.
think that would be helpful.
Okay.
That could be very
Thank
helpful.
you.
yes.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you.
Next is 932 Griffin Q LLC and Zodiac Club LLC.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. If you want to recall this a little bit later, the
Oh,
applicant.
you still not ready? Okay.
No, so there's two applicants. There's a co-licensee and the primary. The primary had been here for 4 hours, had a work emergency, had to leave. He's going to come back here shortly. I have the day-to-day operator and the co-licensee here. I'm sure she's not the one you'd like to speak to. It's the hotel licensee. So
Fine. I'll call him
I
back.
will try to-
Yeah, we'll call it back.
Thank you.
Yep. Next is 896 Zombies of Flatbush LLC. You can go ahead and put your name on the record.
Josh Kaplan.
Are you the only licensee?
There's other people on the liquor license, but I am the prime operator of the business.
Um, I don't know if there's really a lot to say here. There are 5 sale to minors over a 30-month stretch. There is significant disciplinary history before that. I'm at cancel and bond.
Same, I concur with the chair.
What does that mean?
That means your license has been canceled and your bond has been taken.
Is there a way to appeal for a revocation? Is that?
Oh, that would be, that's
No,
not
that's
better.
worse.
It's just, so revocation is like cancellation, except for it would give you, basically you wouldn't be able to apply for 2 years after that.
So this way, I mean, the business was already closed. I just wanted to make sure.
This would be
that-
closed.
Yeah,
So, I
but
mean,
you
it
just
would
need
take your license away.
Yeah, you just need to submit your license.
I have it.
Or
You can bring it upstairs and submit it, and there is no prescription on the property, and there's no bar against you applying again.
There's nothing barring me from applying
No.
again.
it
Okay.
will just show up on your, you'll
Yeah.
likely end up here again because of
Yeah.
this.
So where can I take this?
Uh,
8th floor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thanks. All right, next is 882 Bitcoin New York Steakhouse, Inc.
Good afternoon, members of the full board. I'm Margelio Rodriguez, and I'm the attorney for Bitcoin New York Steakhouse. I'm here with 2 people. I'm here with the principal, Radesi Enriquez, and I'm here with the chef, Isaac Arroyo. This is an application for a new liquor license. I did want to touch on first an issue with the community board before I pass it on to the head chef, Mr. Arroyo. And then I wanted to give an overview of the method of operation. One of the issues noted in the memorandum was whether the community board supports. And I did want to just emphasize that the community board does in fact support. I provided the resolution last week, and the resolution had a vote of 24-6. Just to be clear, there are 4 stipulations here in this case. Display a good neighbor sign, display a phone number in case neighbors or patrons have issues, and display 2 no double parking signs. And finally, submitting proof of a sound limiter to Community Board 12 by a certain date. And we provided that proof. And I'll just pass it on to Isaac Arroyo real quick to speak a little bit about the steakhouse
There are
concept.
also hours here that says 2 o'clock, Sunday to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4. I assume they mean 4 a.m. and not 4 p.m.
That's correct. That's a typo. And that's part of the method of operation that was approved.
Okay. Do you need?
I'll pass it on to Isaac.
I just wanted to know, who is Garibaldi, the person who gave the promissory note?
There's Garibaldi Then. He's also a manager.
Okay.
So that's who that is.
He's an employee? He's gonna be an employee?
That's correct.
Do we have record on him?
I don't know.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good evening, Your Honors. Thank you so much for the time that you're giving us today. I'm currently the chef for about 17 years, working for the company for Sheraton, New York. Before, previously, I was working for the Hyatt company. And also, I'm the person in charge for the Casa Tuya restaurant located in the 25th of Sherman about a year ago. I make the food and beverage menu for the restaurant. Thank God that we have like a 5-star rate by our clients about a year ago. And that's giving us the opportunity now to come up with this product of Bitcoin Steakhouse. Give it the platform to increase another topics about food in our community of Inwood. I'm very pleased to work with this idea to innovate something unique steakhouse and bring something different to the community for about food and beverage we're talking. And For our menu, we're gonna do our steak, most popular steak. We got touch the modern and urban style. And we try to bring the most employees to our projects to make a good team for the community. Thank you so much. Any question that you want to have, can I answer?
And then I wanted to provide the overview of the method of operation. Maximum occupancy of 74, 20 tables, 40 chairs, 14 bar stools. In terms of hours, Sunday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. In terms of music, recorded, a DJ mainly on weekends, and a live music, a small band, acoustic, 1 to 2 times a month. No dancing, no promoters. The venue is soundproofed, and there is a sound limiter in place. There's also parking downstairs, underneath the building, and there's also parking in the back.
The promissory note is 50%, right, of the investment? It's 25,000?
Oh, if you want to calculate it on that basis.
Why is he not on the license if he's providing 50% of the funding?
He's a manager.
Is he gonna get anything from the restaurant besides a salary or?
No,
besides
he'll be a
pay?
salary.
Okay.
Okay.
This is an interest, this loan pays interest?
I believe it like 3% or something minor, something to like 3%.
Can people pay with Bitcoin or something?
Yeah.
That's been discussed, and so there are conversations about the dynamics of how that would work. There's something called Lightning Network apparently that allows you to receive it through a POS.
Okay. All right, with the community board stipulations in place, I'm gonna vote to approve. Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m., recorded live DJ. No dancing, no karaoke, no private events, no third-party promoters, no outside service. Window doors must be closed at all times. Good neighbor signs, please be displayed. Phone number provided to the community. No double parking, and I know sound limiter is already in place.
Commissioner?
I concur with the chair.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is 875 T Bistro Inc.
875.
Good afternoon, Frank Palillo and Name.
Heng Chuan Chen.
this is a decision after hearing.
So what happened here?
Well, there was a water main break in the building. It's a very old building, which actually destroyed the first floor of the premises. Currently, the first floor isn't even operating, the exception of the kitchen servicing takeout and the basement. We're still waiting for the fire department to sign off on it. They came once and they didn't come, they canceled. And they're coming again.
The fire department came last month, and the one that makes firing, I think newer fire, they fill up the wrong code for the equipment. So the fire department have to come back for another 2 months to come to final inspection.
So it's been a rough time.
Is this the case where, because of what happened, a sign was put up directing people to go to the basement, and it was?
No.
No?
No, we used the trade name basement. It wasn't because of what happened. We used the trade name basement. We acknowledged that we didn't put up any fight at the hearing.
Okay.
You know, the sign's out there, so. When I have since filed the alteration, change in method of operation, and the endorsement application to correct all of that.
Okay.
So is it unfortunate? Or we didn't dispute the charge, or use this as an excuse? No.
I'm gonna dismiss charge number one. I'm at 2,000.
You know, this is just, I should have mentioned, an excellent record for over 10 years. The first 3 with wine and beer, the last 8, I think 9 actually, with liquor. 1 COVID violation.
Yeah, it's fairly compliant in 2021.
Employees didn't have mezcal.
You said 2,000?
I'll go down.
1,500?
1,500 is good with me.
All right, 1,500? All right.
Thank you. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Thank you. Next is 877 Don Hito Fusion Kitchen LLC. Is that not signed in?
Just so that the board is aware, enforcement went out there just yesterday and learned from the Village of Mamaroneck that the business has officially been closed. And that there is a sign on the window as well saying that the place is for rent.
So, but
Wait.
this is a CNC.
Sorry, this
so
is 877. I'm sorry, I'm mistake, but if we want to move forward with 877, we can, but that's, no one signed in for that one.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I
let's
still
just
have,
go back to, let's just go back to
so
the.
Mr. Levy, I think you're the last
Still not
one.
here. Wait, what about,
Or-
what's happening? with-
Sorry, he's with Mr. Levy, correct?
Yeah.
And, ma'am, did you sign in for something, or you?
I'm just listening.
Okay,
I'm in front of you, maybe next month. I just wanted to review
Oh.
the process.
okay.
So that's all.
She's learning. You know
So
we're on YouTube.
Yeah, I know, but better in person.
You want to feel the energy?
Thank you.
Like and subscribe.
Again, like I said, there's a licensee and a co-licensee here. The principal and the licensee had to leave for a work
Do you
emergency.
want to sit through the speed round and
What's
see if
that?
you want to sit through the speed round and? see
I mean,
if it shows up?
I don't, frankly, I just texted him and said, hey, please let me know when you're like close, so we don't have to waste anybody's time and.
Like, so they're on their way, like, right?
No, I
let's
don't, I
just
don't
get-
know that. I know he left to deal with a work emergency. I don't know how that's
All
going.
right,
when that's
let
gonna be
us
done.
get through it and then we'll call you.
Okay.
How's that?
Deal.
All right.
All right, so
All right,
no
let's
one
go.
knows. All right, so back again to 877, that's Don Hito Fusion Kitchen LLC. It's an offer of $7,500.
So Mike, you want to go to cancel and bond, or should we just take the 75 and then assume
No,
that they're
yeah.
not paying it?
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair. I just accept, and then the alternate penalty will kick in at some point.
Okay, so I'm gonna accept 7,500. They need to surrender their license if they're closed.
I concur with the chair.
No accept. All right, 878 is a no contest default at pleading.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Yeah, cancel, I concur.
880, this person, it's an on-premises wine license.
And they are evicted, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
881 is a new on-premises wine license.
We'll hold this over until August 16. They should show up if they want the license.
Concur.
889 is an alteration application.
I was okay with it. I'm gonna vote to approve. What do you think? Do you have questions?
I don't know how far it is for,
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I concur.
890 is an offer of 2,000.
I'm gonna accept 2,000.
I concur.
Hopefully they don't have DJs. 892 is a no contest.
892. I'm at letter of warning. What do you think?
So it's just books and records and.
Yeah.
Concur with the chair.
893 is a CNC offer of 2,000.
I'm gonna accept 2,000.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
894 is an offer of 4,500 with,
4,500 accept.
And council's office wants to withdraw charge 3.
Oh, withdraw charge 3, accept 4,500.
Concur with the chair.
895 is an offer of 7,500.
I'm gonna accept 7,500, but be sure that we will be checking again.
Commissioner?
Did I, did I
895.
did I add this up correctly?
Yeah, you probably did. Do you need to confer about it?
Yeah. A quick.
Oh, okay. We're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
Going to accept 895 for 7,500.
I concur with the chair.
Next is 898. It's an offer of 2,000.
This is a new license, second time already problematic. I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
I concur with the chair.
899 is a default at pleading.
It's only 2 packs of cigarettes, 2,000.
Concur with the chair.
All right. 900 is an offer of 1,000.
I'll take 1,000.
Concur with the chair.
901 is an offer of 4,000.
I'm gonna accept 4,000.
I concur with the chair.
902 is an offer of 4,000.
I'm gonna counter at 6,000 and we're gonna check for those gambling machines again.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair. Sale to minor.
903 is an offer of 4,000.
4,000.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
904 is an offer of 3,200.
There's a lot of complaints about loud music and fights. This is supposed to be a chicken place. I'm gonna counter it. $6,500.
Commissioner?
Concur with the chair.
905 is a default at pleading.
Can I just take a moment on this one?
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go off the record to conference with council. We're now back on the record.
Oh, sorry.
It was muted.
We're going back to item 905. Counsel's office is going to double check on something, and we're going to hold this over until August 16. Um,
906 is an offer of 3,500.
This is going to go back to counsel's office. Is the wrong charge.
Back to counsel's office. Commissioner, you okay with that?
Concur.
907 is an offer of 1,500.
This is a really serious incident here. I'm going to counter at 4,500.
Concur with the chair.
909 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner? 912, oh, sorry. You,
I concur with the chair.
yeah, sorry. 912 is an offer of letter of warning.
That's fine. Letter of warning.
Commissioner?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
914 is a new grocery store beer and wine products application.
The landlord is revoked. What do you think?
The landlord on this is revoked. Previous landlord is revoked.
But it's a grocery store.
Neither applicant in the grocery
What number are
store.
we on?
914.
Oh, I don't know. I'm okay with it. You're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. All right, I'm going to vote to approve.
Concur.
915 is an offer of $500.
I'll accept 500.
Commissioner?
This is the one where we just need backstory.
Yeah, I mean, there was an arrest here. We don't know what happened with the criminal case. It may be a sympathetic situation, like a shoplifting situation or something
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. I think.
But without knowing anything further about what happened in the criminal matter.
All right, let's hold it over. Let's look further. Can counsel's office please look and I brought it up with Joe. We can just ask him to.
So over to 816.
816.
917 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
Concur with the chair.
919 is a new package store application.
I'm gonna hold this over. They can come next time, or we're gonna vote to deny. And go to the Albany office.
Commissioner?
I'm fine. Concur.
921 is an offer of 3,500.
I'll accept 3,500.
Concur with the chair.
922 is an offer of 2,500.
This is the second sale in 5 years, third sale
Third sale.
in
since
13 years,
2010.
so I'm going to go to 6,000.
Concur with the chair.
923, 924, and 925 is an offer of 10,000.
I'm gonna counter at 15,000.
Commissioner?
1 second here. There's 9 of them.
I know, it's a lot.
All right, I'll concur with the chair.
926 is an offer of 5,500.
5,500.
Commissioner?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Concur with the chair.
927 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
927?
927.
Yeah, okay, yeah, concur with the chair.
928 is an offer of 15,000.
15,000. This is not good. Don't do it again.
Commissioner?
Oh, you're accepting the 15, right?
Yes, I'll
Yeah.
take the 15.
I'll concur.
So 930 and 931, this went to hearing. The ALJ, they sustained charge 1 in the first proceeding.
I thought they were gonna come in.
Charge 2, we did hold it over for them to appear.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Concur with the chair.
with the adopting the ALJ's findings.
Yes, please.
A cancel and bond. So for 938, the
Yes.
attorney has asked to adjourn to August 16th.
That's fine.
And Commissioner, you're okay with that?
Concur.
And we're at 935C.
935C is a request for reconsideration from basically
Yes,
my
I
office.
vote yes to reconsider.
Which one are we talking about?
The last one, 935C.
You already did 932?
Well,
Sorry.
that's
No,
the
that's,
one we're
Okay.
waiting for
Gotcha,
them.
gotcha, okay. So
Yeah.
the request, so just, it's really a records clarification.
Yeah.
On
Yes.
935C. Basically, there had been a previous offer of 3,500 at the last board meeting on July 12th. There was a counter of 2,000 and a condition to file a corporate change application. It's actually a partnership. The agency sent out a disposition letter in error as opposed to a counter offer. So really there needs to be a a new application filed for the licensee's son, who he did in fact file that application, so that's pending. So the recommendation is that the $2,000 be accepted and the the new application be reviewed. Correct review of the application.
So request for reconsideration is granted. Commissioner, you okay with that?
Yes, I'm
Yep.
okay with that.
And to drop the requirement
Yes,
for a
I dropped
corporate
the
trade?
requirement, yes.
Rescind the letter.
Yes.
Disposition letter.
I concur.
Yes.
I concur.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Levy, 932, that's Griffin Q LLC and Zodiac Club LLC.
Elm Street, 119 Orchard Street. Oh,
I have not gotten the
This is the
confirmation that he's on his way yet. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Like I said, he was here earlier.
Want
For
to
what it's-
hold it over, or?
It's, for what it's worth, this is a hotel license application. There's a transfer. It's filed about 18 months ago or so at this point. There are a couple of bumps in the road along the way, which is one of the reasons it took so long to get here. But we do have a signed stipulation form with the community board, and we have been abiding by it, and there have been no complaints, no issues. With me is Mandy, who's the principal licensee of the co-licensee, who's running the day-to-day operations of the restaurant at the
Okay.
hotel. I understand you'd like to see Mr. Shah, and I wish he was here, but I don't know. if
The
it's-
hours are Sunday to Wednesday at 12, Thursday to Saturday, 2 a.m.
Correct. Signed steps with the
And
community
it's
board.
recorded background music only.
Correct.
No live, no DJ,
Correct.
no jukebox, no karaoke, no dancing.
Correct.
15 private parties.
Correct.
There's no outdoor space.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna vote to approve
Thank
with
you
the
so
community
much.
board stipulations.
Commissioner?
ALJ finds that the standard has been met. I concur.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
So I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything. Thanks
All right.
for everything, everybody.
Yeah, meeting's adjourned.
Okey-doke.